Chapter 1554. Qin Yaoguang looked at He Jichu, who was standing at the entrance of the intensive care unit, with a smile on her face. "Ah Chu, Nianji's surgery has been completed, right? I heard it was very successful." She turned to He Qingjian and said implicitly, "You know, I won't let you worry. I found the best cardiology specialist in the Qin hospital system." Before she could finish speaking, Dr. Zhao, who had been hypnotized, walked over with a frown. He looked at his watch and said, "Why isn't the cardiology specialist from the Qin hospital here yet?" He Jichu's expression changed drastically. He grabbed his arm and said hoarsely, "What did you say? Didn't you invite that doctor just now?" Dr. Zhao nodded and bowed to him. "Young Master He, what are you talking about? I've been waiting at the door for almost 2 hours, but they really haven't come yet. I called just now, and they're still stuck in traffic." Qin Yaoguang's smile froze on her face. She said awkwardly, "What's going on? Wasn't it the cardiology specialist from our Qin hospital system who performed the surgery just now? That's terrible." She hurriedly took out her phone and dialed. The doctors who were stuck on the road saw that it was the director's call and immediately complained to her. "Director Qin, we've been stuck in traffic for almost 2 hours. What should we do?" Under normal circumstances, a helicopter could be sent to pick up the doctor from the traffic. This kind of situation was not unheard of. However, the problem was that Dr. Zhao, who had gone to pick them up, had been hypnotized for nearly 2 hours, and he had no idea that he had been hypnotized. He had always thought that he had been waiting at the door for 2 hours. He Jichu's heart was beating even faster than before. He couldn't be bothered to talk to his father. He rushed into the intensive care unit and said to the ace of the Far East, who was sitting by Gu Nianji's bed, "Look at her condition. Will there be a problem? What's going on?" The ace of the Far East saw that the door of the intensive care unit had been pushed open by He Jichu and several people had followed him in. He immediately pulled out his pistol and said sternly, "Get out." He Qingjian was a general of the military. His guards also flashed their submachine guns and aimed them at the ace of the Far East. He Jichu turned around and raised his hand. His voice was very hoarse and trembling. "You guys go out first. I have something to say to him." When had He Qingjian ever been pointed at with a gun? Although he was extremely dissatisfied with the ace of the Far East, his son had flipped out tonight, so he had no choice but to hold back. "Let's go out first." He Qingjian took a deep breath and led the way out. His guards put away their guns and surrounded him as he walked out of the intensive care unit. Qin Yaoguang didn't follow her out. She frowned and said, "I'm a doctor and her mother. I have the right to check on her condition." The ace of the Far East looked at her for a while and still pointed the gun at her. He said the same thing. "Get out. We'll talk about it tomorrow morning." He firmly remembered the doctor's words. No one was to go near Gu Nianji's bed tonight. He Jichu didn't even turn his head. He said coldly, "You get out too." Although he didn't look at Qin Yaoguang, the two people in the room knew that he was talking about Qin Yaoguang. Qin Yaoguang sighed and shook her head. She said, "I heard that Nianji suffered such a serious gunshot wound, and I still wanted to find the best cardiologist to operate on her. I didn't expect that the experts I found wouldn't arrive in time. I know very well whether the other doctors have the skills to deal with such an injury. Yet you stopped me from seeing her. Her chances of survival are really slim." He Jichu clenched his fists. His sparkling almond-shaped eyes were dead silent as he looked at the ace of the Far East. The ace of the Far East turned around to look at the equipment around Gu Nianji's bed, especially the ventilator and electrocardiogram. Everything was normal and stable. It didn't seem like her chances of survival were slim. He shook his head and said the same thing. "Get out." This time, the gun was aimed directly at Qin Yaoguang's forehead. Qin Yaoguang felt as if she had suddenly been stared at by a venomous snake, and her entire body shivered. She didn't like this situation. She frowned at the ace of the Far East and suddenly widened her eyes. She pointed at him and said, You. Who are you? He Ji-chu said coldly, He's Mr. Peter of the KGB. He's now the deputy consul of the Soviet Consulate General in Sea City. When Qin Yaoguang heard that he was from the KGB, she suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. Her expression quickly returned to normal, and she smiled. I see. I thought. No wonder they couldn't find you. She turned around and walked out of the intensive care unit. At the door, she whispered to He Qingjian, that Peter of the KGB looks exactly like Nianji's fiancé over there. He Qingjian grunted and said calmly, Since there's one over there, it's not surprising that there's one here too. Qin Yaoguang understood. So this was Hua Xiaoheng's counterpart here. Qin Yaoguang's eyes revealed a playful expression, but when she thought of Gu Nianji's condition, she said regretfully, My expert didn't come. I don't know what shady doctor they found to operate on Nianji. I think Nianji has almost no chance of survival. So, what was the use of Hua Xiaoheng's counterpart? Blame herself for being a step too late. He Qingjian's heart sank. Is she really going to die? He definitely didn't want to take Gu Nianji's life. Because he knew that if Gu Nianji didn't survive, his son, at that moment, He Qingjian wished he could commit suicide to satisfy his son. Qin Yaoguang nodded. Even if my expert arrives, Nianji only has a 30% chance of survival. You're an ordnance expert, so you naturally know who can survive a heavy sniper rifle attack. It's only because Nianji is talented that she can hold on. She didn't say it in detail, but He Qingjian knew what she meant. He Qingjian knew a thing or two about how special Gu Nianji's physique was. This time, seeing that she hadn't been torn apart by the heavy sniper rifle, he believed Qin Yaoguang's words even more. What a pity. He Qingjian muttered. Then what should we do? Chu can't live without her. It's okay. Qin Yaoguang comforted him quietly. I can raise her body so that Chu will have something to think about. He Qingjian knew that something was wrong. He pursed his lips, and deep wrinkles appeared on his forehead. At that moment, in Gu Nianji's intensive care unit, the ace of the Far East was staring at He Ji-chu and asked coldly, He Ji-chu, what does that woman mean? The expert she found didn't arrive, so who was the doctor who operated on Miss Gu just now? When He Ji-chu first heard the news, his mind was also in a mess. He was astonished beyond measure. This hospital was surrounded by his people, and everyone who entered and exited would be strictly interrogated. How could someone barge in and perform surgery on Gu Nianji? Most importantly, the surgery seemed to be done very well. He Ji-chu remembered the reverent expressions of the doctors and nurses who had just come out of the operating room. They looked at the doctor who performed the surgery as if they were looking at a god. These gazes couldn't be faked, and Gu Nianji's injuries couldn't be faked either. From the equipment, it could be seen that she was indeed recovering rapidly. He Ji-chu's heart skipped a beat. As if he had thought of something, he looked at the window of the ward and at the vast night sky. It's the doctor I found. An extremely faint smile appeared on He Ji-chu's lips, but he quickly restrained his expression and walked out. After closing the door of the intensive care unit, He Ji-chu saw that Qin Yaoguang had found a few doctors and was discussing something with them. Seeing that He Ji-chu had come out, Qin Yaoguang waved her hand and asked a doctor to knock on the door with a form. She said, just let her put a fingerprint on it. He Ji-chu stretched out his arm to block the doctor. What is it? Let me see. The doctor turned to look at Qin Yaoguang and said awkwardly, Director Qin, it's okay. I'm her biological mother. When she's incapacitated, I have the right to make decisions about her. Qin Yaoguang didn't care at all. Go ahead, just put a fingerprint on it. What fingerprint? He Ji-chu didn't stand on ceremony this time and directly snatched the form from the doctor's hand. He looked at the name on the form, Free Medical Body Donation Agreement. He Ji-chu was furious. He tore the form into pieces with both hands and threw it into the air. The pieces of paper fell like snowflakes. Achoo! What are you doing? Qin Yaoguang covered her mouth in surprise. I know you'll be sad, so I don't want you to see it. But you have to accept the truth. Accept what truth? He Ji-chu's expression was extremely gloomy as he walked towards her step by step. Director Qin, tell me, who do you want to donate the body? You child, I know you're feeling bad. I'm feeling the same way. Do you think I'll have it easy just because the old sent the black? As Qin Yaoguang spoke, her eyes turned red and she started crying. I'm her biological mother. If something happens to her, I'm the one who's the most sad. I can't tell. He Ji-chu crossed his arms and interrupted Qin Yaoguang without hesitation. Qin Yaoguang's face turned red from his words. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with a tissue and choked with sobs. Whether you believe it or not, I gave birth to her. I carried her for 10 months and worked so hard to raise her. Do you think my heart doesn't ache? I just didn't want to spoil her, so I was a little strict with her in the past. Cut the crap and get to the point. He Ji-chu's eyebrows twitched. Who do you want to donate the body? Qin Yaoguang quickly glanced at He Qingjian, but He Qingjian lowered his head and didn't look her in the eye. Why are you looking at him? He has nothing to do with Nianji. He Ji-chu sneered. You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it. Who dares to do it but doesn't dare to admit it? Qin Yaoguang gritted her teeth. I'll tell you the truth. Nianji's injuries were so serious this time, and it wasn't a real cardiac surgeon who operated on her. You should be mentally prepared. She might not live to see tomorrow. If that's the case, why don't you do something meaningful? Qin Yaoguang was righteous and felt that she had a clear conscience. She's my biological daughter, and I'm also the director of the Qin family's private hospital. I'm advocating for the donation of bodies to medical research across the country, so I naturally won't be biased towards my biological daughter. After Nianji passes away, her body will be used for scientific research. This is also beneficial to the country and the people. Qin Yaoguang was talking non-stop when He Ji-chu suddenly reached out a hand. With a slap, he quickly and accurately slapped Qin Yaoguang's face, knocking her to the ground. He Ji-chu took a step forward and stepped hard on her face, which was lying on the ground with his muddy military boots. He said coldly, I'm a morally corrupt person. I've never had the principle of not hitting a woman. Qin Yaoguang, listen up. Whether Nianji is alive or dead, if you dare to touch a single hair on her, I'll make all 183 members of the Qin family from the 3 generations of ancestors to be buried with her. This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1543, I'm a morally corrupt person. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second update will be given out at 8 p.m. P.S. Thank you to McMug Loves Blue and of Meow Little Meow for the 10,000 Chidian coins each yesterday. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1555. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the director of the Qin Corporation's private hospital had been stepped on by He Ji-chu. Literally, he had been stepped on. Qin Yaoguang was so embarrassed that she almost fainted. He Ji-chu looked elegant and refined, but he was extraordinarily strong. His military boots stepped on her face, almost immobilizing her. She wanted to scream for help, but her face was stepped on by He Ji-chu's foot, so she could only make a muffled sound. She tried her best to widen her eyes and look in He Qingjian's direction, only to see him looking at He Ji-chu in shock. Only then did she feel a little better. He Ji-chu had no intention of showing any mercy. He stepped on Qin Yaoguang's face and ground it a few more times. His voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, and it was filled with bone-deep hatred. Are you really my King mother? Your daughter has just undergone surgery and is still lying on the hospital bed, and you're going to donate her body for an experiment. Don't tarnish the reputation of being selfless. What kind of selfless are you? If you're really selfless, you're donating your own body for an experiment. Not your living daughter. He Zhichu was so angry that he kicked Qin Yaoguang. Zhichu. He Qingjian finally spoke. His guards swarmed forward and lifted He Zhichu up. Qin Yaoguang escaped his fierce kick and scrambled to get up from the ground. Brother He. What did I do wrong? Qin Yaoguang cried as she pounced on He Qingjian. He Qingjian took a step to the side to avoid Qin Yaoguang. He sighed and said, You've gone too far. Nianji's life and death are still unknown. What have you done? He believed in her medical skills, but he no longer believed in her character as a mother. Although Qin Yaoguang had been cold to Gu Nianji in the past, she hadn't gone too far. Qin Yaoguang felt even more wronged. Why would I think that much? I'm just thinking from common sense. Even if you don't believe in my medical skills, you have to believe in my judgment. Nianji really won't live to see tomorrow. If she doesn't live to see tomorrow, you'll still have to die with her. He Zhichu broke free from the two guards holding him and adjusted his military uniform. His expression was cold and solemn. I'm not joking. If you don't believe me, you can wait here. Qin Yaoguang's eyebrows twitched imperceptibly. He Qingjian frowned and reprimanded He Zhichu. What nonsense are you talking about? I know you're sad and angry, but that's no reason for you to vent your anger on innocent people. She is innocent. Didn't she say that she was Nianji's biological mother? A biological mother wants to treat her daughter as a dead person and use her as an experiment when she's still alive. Is this something a human would do? He Zhichu snorted and dusted the dust off his hands. You said you'd find a doctor to perform the surgery, but he hasn't come yet. If I hadn't found a doctor for myself, Nianji's body might have really been donated by her. Does this count as her disregard for human life? Or are you trying to kill him with a borrowed knife? Qin Yaoguang was speechless. The corners of her mouth twitched twice as she said to He Qingjian, Brother He, it seems that Chu has a deep misunderstanding of me. I'd better not get involved in this matter. If you and your son have any misunderstandings, solve them yourselves. I'm leaving first. She turned around and left in a hurry. Her back looked slightly panicked and hasty. He Zhichu stared at her back and snorted coldly. He turned to He Qingjian and said in an even colder voice, General He, you're so impressive. If we're talking about killing with a borrowed knife, it should be you. Zhichu. He Qingjian roared. Come with me. No, I have to stay here until Nianji is out of danger tomorrow. He Zhichu refused to leave the entrance of Gu Nianji's intensive care unit. He Qingjian had no choice but to wave his hand and ask the guards to stand guard at both ends of the corridor. No one was allowed to come up. The father and son were the only ones in the entire corridor. He Qingjian looked at He Zhichu and said with some annoyance and regret. Zhichu, I'm sorry. I didn't expect. Are you admitting that you ordered someone to shoot her? He Zhichu gritted his teeth and glared at He Qingjian. Why did you have to drag Nianji in? How many times have I told you that you don't need to interfere in the matter between me and Nianji? He Qingjian's brows were as deep as ravines. Chu, I really didn't expect Nianji to take the bullet for someone else. I told her beforehand that I didn't lie to her. She clearly agreed to cooperate with me to deal with that person. He glanced at Gu Nianji's intensive care unit. He Zhichu knew that He Qingjian was talking about the ace of the Far East, Peter Huoxiaoheng. He crossed his arms, and his cold and aloof posture kept people 1,000 miles away. Why did you deal with that person? We're clearly working together. Do you think I'll believe this reason? He Qingjian pursed his lips, and the lines of his jaw were extremely firm. He Qingjian felt very uncomfortable seeing He Jichu's alienated and hateful expression. However, this was his and Qin Suwen's only son. No matter how rebellious he was, he couldn't bear to scold him. However, this son, who could afford to let go of everything, had repeatedly backed down in front of Gunyanji. He had almost no bottom line. He Qingjian looked into his eyes and said softly, "Don't you suspect that person's identity at all?" "Suspect what?" He Jichu didn't think much of it. "What are you trying to say?" "That was confirmed by the Soviet Union." "What are you still suspecting?" He Qingjian was a suspicious person. Other than his wife and son, he wouldn't completely trust anyone else, even if it was a personal letter from the leader of the Soviet Union. The whole world knew what the leader's background was. He had to be careful. "I've been sending people to monitor him," He Qingjian said honestly. He Qingjian was honest. "From the moment he stepped into our country, every word and action of his was under my surveillance." "Then you don't know that he deliberately made a feint to get Linda and Dresden to leave early, but he changed places?" He Qingjian nodded and said solemnly, "I know." "Really?" He Jichu sneered and looked away. "What happened in the end? Don't tell me your target was the same as those Americans and was never Dresden." "I never trusted Dresden from the moment Dresden was interviewed by the foreign media and exposed on Twitter." He Qingjian had discovered that something was wrong with Dresden even earlier than Gunyanji, but he hadn't told anyone else about it. Instead, he played along and negotiated terms with the Soviet Union while deploying his own operations. He Jichu's operation team was only the one on the surface. He Qingjian had another operation team that was operating in the dark. Not only was it monitoring Dresden, but it was also monitoring the KGB that had come to their country, especially the Ace of the Far East and the Belle of the Far East, Linda, who had already left. It could be said that He Qingjian's plan was very successful. The only mistake was that he had miscalculated Gunyanji. This girl, who always liked to act coquettishly, was so ruthless that even he was afraid of her. The Americans had used Dresden to bait the Huaxia Empire and the Soviet Union. He and the Soviet Union also had their own plans. They cooperated with each other and fought against each other. The relationship between countries was like this. It was never possible for people to treat each other with sincerity. If he treated the relationship between countries as a personal relationship, he would only be another brainless Song Xianggong. Then what does this have to do with Peter? He Jichu didn't understand why his father was using Gunyanji to test Peter. The Ace of the Far East didn't appear recently. Long before we went to the other world, the Ace of the Far East's reputation was already very famous internationally. What exactly are you thinking? He Qingjian insisted, no matter who he is, he has once again become your competitor. Didn't you see? When Yinji went to talk to him, he actually left his bodyguard and walked out. I can't tolerate him just because of this. This meant that the Ace of the Far East had already fallen for Gunyanji. Otherwise, with his usual personality and actions, how could he have made such a mistake? He Jichu let out a long sigh and leaned against the outer wall of the intensive care unit. He raised his hand and waved. You can go back. I don't have the energy to argue with you right now. We'll talk about it when Yinji wakes up tomorrow. He Qingjian had been worried that He Jichu would make a scene with him, but now that he didn't make a scene and only looked disheartened, he was even more worried. He might as well make a scene with him. However, He Jichu stopped talking. He leaned against the wall alone and started smoking. He Qingjian accompanied him for a while before getting up and leaving. He said, I'm going back. Call me if you need anything. If you still need a doctor. He Jichu didn't say anything. He didn't even move his eyes. He Qingjian turned around and left. His tall back was a little hunched, as if he couldn't bear the burden. He was a general of the Supreme Military Council and the supreme leader of a country. His travel was a national affair, so it was impossible for him to stay wherever he wanted as long as he wanted. Soon, Qingjian's motorcade and guards surrounded him as he left West Camp Hospital and returned to the airport. He would take a private plane back to the imperial capital overnight to preside over the meeting tomorrow. In the parking lot of West Camp Hospital, Lu Yuan and Lu Jin sat in their cars. Lu Yuan looked at the surveillance screen in his hand and said, Qingjian and Qin Yaoguang have left. He turned to ask Lu Jin, what about you? Are you leaving? Lu Jin shook his head. I'm going to wait here for Nianji to wake up. Will she wake up soon? Lu Yuan was very worried. The gunshot wound was so serious, and she went through a major surgery. Under normal circumstances, it would take a few days for her to wake up, right? Don't you see who performed the surgery on her? She'll be out of danger and will definitely wake up tomorrow morning. What I'm worried about is how she'll recuperate after she wakes up. Lu Jin looked at Lu Yuan with bright eyes. Quickly think of a way to get her to go back to Sea City with you tomorrow to recuperate. Lu Yuan was stunned. Me? Think of a way to get her to go back with me to recuperate. You're so imaginative, why don't you go to heaven? He wasn't related to her at all, and there was a difference between a man and a woman. How could he get her to go back with him? This was the second update of the day. Whose sweetheart was promoted to the leader of the alliance, Chapter 1544, The Only Mistake. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. P.S. Whose sweetheart is my first alliance leader on the other side. It's worth remembering. Good night, my little angels. Chapter 1556. Lu Jin leaned against the car seat, crossed his arms, and frowned. Is it difficult for you to take her back to recuperate? If you don't want to go, I'll go myself. With that, he made to push the door open and get out of the car. Lu Yuan quickly grabbed him and said with a change of expression, Are you serious? You've done enough today. Aren't you afraid that old fox, Qingjian, will see through you? If he sees through me, then so be it. Nianji is already like this, so how can I worry about my own safety? Anyway, you know me. When my temper flares up, I don't care about anything. Lu Jin stared at Lu Yuan in a daze, looking unwilling to compromise. Lu Yuan glared at him, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked. You just rely on your high IQ to do whatever you want, right? I'm sorry, when your IQ reaches a certain level, you can do whatever you want. Lu Jin wasn't modest at all. He reached out and snapped his fingers. How about it? Do you want to continue cleaning up my mess? Lu Yuan shivered and remembered the fear of being dominated by Lu Jin's high IQ all those years ago. You win. Lu Yuan held his breath and slapped the steering wheel in a rough voice. Finally, he gave in. I need to make a good plan. Hurry up. Lu Jin closed the car door again and sat in the passenger seat. He looked at his watch and calculated the time seriously. You still have 6 hours, 30 minutes, and 28 seconds. Lu Yuan, what do you mean? I mean, there are still 6 hours, 30 minutes, and 28 seconds before Nianji wakes up. Lu Jin pressed the countdown on his smartwatch. You can indeed go to heaven, Lu Yuan muttered. You even know when she wakes up? It's very simple. You can solve it with a functional equation. Lu Jin opened the app on his phone and showed it to Lu Yuan with a very academic spirit. Look, according to the mass energy equation, energy, E, equals mass, m, times the square of c is the constant of the speed of light. I've slightly modified the meaning of this equation. Because if a person wants to be awake, they need a certain amount of energy E, and the human body's self-healing ability is m, C is not the constant of the speed of light here, but the physical constant. So, as long as we know her self-healing ability, we can calculate how long Nianji will need to be awake. Lu Yuan, he didn't want to study the physical relationship between the mass energy equation and the human body's ability to repair itself. He averted his gaze and said calmly, Nianji's life and death are unknown, yet you're still here calculating when she'll wake up. How careless of you! How can that be called being magnanimous? Lu Jin was displeased. Of course I care about her, my heart aches for her, and I can't wait to avenge her immediately. But all of this doesn't stop me from thinking rationally and finding the most optimal direction from the many complicated side developments. Could it be that in your eyes, the only way to express your feelings right now is to cry and scream until your brain has turned into paste, just like those idiots who don't know what's important? Lu Yuan felt very tired. He held the compass and said expressionlessly, I didn't mean that, but you're so smart that you often criticize the world. Why don't you think of a way for me to bring Nianji back to recuperate without arousing suspicion? Lu Jin was choked by him. He stared at him dumbfoundedly for a while and said, You're so capable. You know how to use a spear to attack a shield. The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth twitched. You flatter me. After being dominated by a genius for so many years, even a fool would be enlightened. You think too highly of me. Lu Jin thought for a while and scratched his head. I'm really not good at this. Because taking her away isn't a simple academic problem, nor is it a simple technical problem. It involves interpersonal communication and emotional control. You know I have interpersonal problems. Lu Yuan was in a better mood. That's rare. Then stop being so noisy. Let me think about it. Lu Yuan might be far inferior to Lu Jin in terms of academic attainments, but in terms of interpersonal communication and hiding emotions, no one was better than him. As expected, Lu Jin didn't say a word. He kept swiping his phone, and no one knew what he was doing. Outside Gu Nianji's intensive care unit, He Ji-chu sat quietly alone. In his mind, he kept recalling the first day he met Gu Nianji until tonight. There had been 6 precious years between them. She had grown up under his care, from a 6-year-old child who only dared to hide under the table to peek at people, to a mischievous little girl on her 12th birthday. How great would it be if life could go on like this? Why did Gu Xiangwen steal her away on her 12th birthday, and why did he send her to the other world? He asked himself if he had taken good care of Gu Nianji during those 6 years. No one could hurt her anymore. She lived a carefree life in the He family like a princess. When she was 12 years old, she was sent away, and her life came to an end in front of him. At that time, he didn't understand. 7 years later, he finally understood, but he almost paid the price with her life. He Ji-chu's cold face seemed to be covered in a layer of frost in the snow-white light of the corridor. 2 years ago, he had finally found her. And she had already grown into an 18-year-old girl. She was so smart that it was shocking, and so cute that he couldn't let go of her. Just like that, the tenderness of family had unknowingly changed. He wanted her. He wanted her like crazy. In his dreams in the middle of the night, he would smile in a trance when he woke up from his charming dream, thinking that she had never left. Now it was all over. He Ji-chu clenched his hand tightly, but found that the tighter he clenched, the emptier his palm was. It was like the sand on the beach. The tighter he clenched, the more he lost. However, he couldn't bear to let go of his hand, so he held it until dawn the next day. He looked at his watch. 6 hours had passed. His palm was bruised and numb from the pain. In the intensive care unit, the ace of the Far East hadn't rested either. His eyes were fixed on Gu Nianji, who was lying on the hospital bed, afraid that he would miss any reaction from her. But even now, she still didn't react. He Ji-chu stood up, pushed open the door to the ward, and walked in. He frowned at the ace of the Far East and said, "You didn't sleep all night. You're quite attentive." The ace of the Far East's expression was even colder than Heejichu's. He said coldly, "If you don't care about your savior, then you're a wolf in sheep's clothing. Although the KGB of the Soviet Union doesn't recognize anyone, we've never repaid kindness with enmity towards our savior." Heejichu's expression changed, and he said gruffly, "What do you mean?" "Literally." The ace of the Far East stood up. "I said, I want to see her recover with my own eyes. I want to see her recover completely and return to normal like a healthy person." "You like her, don't you?" Heejichu was silent for a long time before suddenly asking. The ace of the Far East looked away uncomfortably. "It's none of your business. She's my savior. I, Peter, have been in the Far East for 10 years, but I've never owed anyone such a big favor." "Really?" Heejichu's voice calmed down. After a night of mental preparation and reflection, he seemed to have accepted his fate. "Don't you want to catch the person who fired the shot? Don't you want to?" The ace of the Far East looked over. His eyes flashed slightly, and his dark jade-like eyes were extremely deep. "Or do you plan to let the culprit go?" "Impossible." Heejichu looked up abruptly. "I won't let off anyone who has hurt her or plans to hurt her." "That's good. I'll wait and see." The ace of the Far East nodded. "I'm going to stay in your country. I think I'll have enough time to watch Mr. He fulfill your promise." Heejichu's face darkened. He pointed at the ace of the Far East, who had his head half raised. He didn't say a word. He turned around and strode out of Gu Nianji's intensive care unit. Walking out of the door, he was in a bad mood and wanted to smoke a cigarette. At that moment, his phone rang. He didn't want to answer it, but the person kept calling, so he took out his phone to take a look. It was Lu Yuan. Heejichu frowned. He didn't have the energy to brush him off, but when he thought that Gu Nianji was still making a living under this person, he swiped his finger and answered the call. "President Liu, what's the matter?" Lu Yuan's voice was very anxious. "Young Master He, I want to ask, where is my employee, Zhao Liangze? I haven't been able to contact him since yesterday." "Oh right, there's also Lawyer Gu. Lawyer Jean has something to inform her, but I can't find her either." Heejichu had almost forgotten about Zhao Liangze and Bai Shuang, who were under his care. "Oh, something happened yesterday. Director Zhao and Miss Bai can't contact the outside world for the time being. But it's fine now. I'll get someone to send them out." Heejichu was about to hang up after he finished speaking. Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and immediately said, "What about Lawyer Gu?" "Lawyer Jean still has some private matters to inform her." "What private matters?" Heejichu subconsciously gripped his phone tightly. It wasn't easy to adjust his mentality. So many years of relationship couldn't just disappear like that. "It's like this. The building in the South City where she rented was recently bought by someone and is going to be demolished. Her landlord wanted to take back the house, but he couldn't get through to her private phone. In the end, he found the law firm where she worked. Lawyer Jean couldn't get through to her phone either, so he had to look for me. What do you think is going on? I'm going back to see City soon. None of these people are here." Lu Yuan complained anxiously. Heejichu rubbed his forehead. "Miss Gu was injured yesterday and can't move for the time being." "Huh? Injured? How could she be injured? Where is she? Can I come and see her?" Lu Yuan looked very surprised. It didn't seem like he was faking it. Heejichu thought about it. Gu Nianji didn't have any relatives here, and she didn't recognize the He family, let alone the Qin family. That left only Lu Yuan, Zhao Liangze, and Lawyer Jean, who were more familiar friends and colleagues. At this time, she was so seriously injured, so it was good for Lu Yuan to come and take a look. With Lu Yuan's help, Gu Nianji's future would be easier. He made up his mind and said, Miss Gu is in Block A of the intensive care unit on the 16th floor of West Camp Hospital. You can come and see her when you have time. Lu Yuan agreed. I'll come over right away. I hope I can resolve this matter before the plane takes off. This was the first update for today. Chapter 1545, High IQ means you can do whatever you want. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 8:00 in the evening, the second update, Little One Kiss, was added to the new leader. P.S. Thank you to Helen 3500 Meatball for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1557. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yuan looked at his watch and dialed another number. He said, "The traffic over there can be cleared." Lu Jin glanced at him. "Whose can you let go of? Who else could it be?" "Those cardiac surgery specialists from the Qin Corporation's private hospital that you call mentally retarded." Lu Yuan's hand tapped gently on the steering wheel to the beat of the music. His calm eyes swept over Lu Jin. Lu Jin frowned as he pondered Lu Yuan's intentions. "You blocked those idiots for almost the entire night. Why did you let them come over now?" "What?" "Of course, it was to cause trouble. Otherwise, how could he reasonably take Ninji away?" Lu Yuan rolled his eyes at him, pushed open the car door, and got out. He said, "In 25 minutes, remember to hack into the internal system of West Camp Hospital, especially Ninji's intensive care unit, and erase her data. Remember, after you hack in, you must be discovered by them. Let the system alarm automatically, understand?" Lu Jin nodded with a serious expression. "That's no problem. I can even do it with my toes closed." Lu Yuan didn't want to listen to him anymore, so he turned around and left. 10 minutes later, the van from Qin Corporation's private hospital finally drove into West Camp Hospital. The leading doctor was calling Qin Yaoguang. "Director Qin, we're finally here. I've been stuck in traffic for an entire night. Is the patient still alive?" Qin Yaoguang's words were a little muffled, but she could still hear her orders clearly. "Go and take a look. She's my daughter after all. Call me when we confirm the death." "Ah. Your daughter." The doctor was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Dean Qin, Dean Qin. "Don't panic, I'm not blaming you." Qin Yaoguang covered her swollen face with an ice pack. When she spoke, it was as if she had an olive in her mouth. "She doesn't want to live anymore, and no one can save her. All right, you guys go check on her condition." Yesterday, a random doctor performed a heart surgery on her. I don't think the situation is optimistic. The doctor was sweating profusely. He felt that he had just escaped death. However, he also felt that Qin Yaoguang's attitude towards her daughter was strange. But in the end, it was someone else's family matter. They were all outsiders, and they couldn't afford to offend or interfere. A group of people showed their identification at the door and wanted to visit the patient on the 16th floor. They were holding the documents that Qin Yaoguang had gotten from He Qingjin yesterday. After the guards checked them, they let them in. When he arrived at the 16th floor where Gu Nianji's intensive care unit was located, He Jichu's slender figure was clearly leaning against the wall next to the door of a room. They quickly walked over and asked, "Young Master He, is this Miss Gu's ward?" He Jichu looked them up and down. He saw the wrinkled white coats on their bodies and the nameplates on their chests. He asked coldly, "Are you cardiology specialists from the Qin Corporation's private hospital in Z City?" "That's right, young Master He. We didn't mean to be late. There was a sudden accident on the road. We've been stuck since yesterday." The doctors had not slept well all night either. The dark circles under their eyes and the tiredness on their faces complemented each other. No need. You guys can go back. Hijichu didn't argue with them too much. They were all lackeys under someone else's command, so he couldn't be bothered to deal with them. Young Master don't be like this. We know that Miss Gu has already undergone surgery. We want to see how she is recovering from the surgery. I heard that she had a gunshot wound and there was shrapnel in her heart. Ordinary people can't perform this kind of surgery. That's right, young Master If you're really thinking about Miss Gu, you can't hide your illness for fear of treatment. It might not be too late now. A doctor has the heart of a parent. We are the most considerate of the patient. Please let us in to take a look. A group of doctors crowded around Hijichu, insisting on going in to see Gu Nianji's condition. Although Hijichu was also very worried about Gu Nianji, he knew that he couldn't let these people see Gu Nianji's recovery from the surgery. If it was too shocking, it would be a disaster for Gu Nianji, not a blessing. However, these people didn't give up. They crowded in the corridor and kept trying to reason with Hijichu. Hijichu was extremely annoyed and didn't have much patience. He took out his gun and fired a shot into the sky to intimidate these people. Get lost. These people were shocked and stared at him blankly. They didn't dare to ask him anymore. They exchanged looks and walked towards the stairs in twos and threes. Lu Yuan happened to come out of the elevator at that moment. When he saw so many doctors walking over, he looked surprised and asked, "Are you Lawyer Gu's attending doctor?" "I'm the president of the Lu Corporation. I'm here to visit her. I heard that she's seriously injured." The doctors smiled bitterly and shook their heads. "We were stuck in traffic yesterday and didn't get through until today. We didn't make it in time for Lawyer Gu's surgery." "Huh? How could this be?" Lu Yuan looked anxious. He quickly walked to Hijichu and asked, "Young Master didn't you say that she had already had the surgery? What's going on with those doctors?" Hijichu looked away coldly and said, "I don't need them anymore. Nianji is inside. Go and see for yourself." Lu Yuan nodded slightly. "Thank you, young Master I'll come out after saying a few words to her." Hijichu's lips twitched. "Say a few words. She's not awake yet." "Really? Then what should we do?" Lu Yuan looked at his watch. There were still 5 minutes and 27 seconds left before 6 hours, 30 minutes, and 28 seconds. He pushed open the door of the intensive care unit and walked in. The ace of the Far East heard the sound and suddenly turned around. He saw a tall, strong, handsome, but old man walk in. He was slightly startled, stood up, and said, "Please don't go near Lawyer Gu's bed." Lu Yuan stopped about a meter in front of Gu Nianji's bed and reached out his hand to the ace of the Far East in a very friendly manner. "Hello, I'm Lu Yuan. My company has a partnership with Lawyer Gu's law firm." The ace of the Far East didn't shake his hand. He just nodded lightly. "I'm Peter. Lawyer Gu risked her life to save me. I want to stay by her side until she recovers." "Huh? She risked her life to save you?" Lu Yuan was extremely surprised. Lawyer Gu is a little girl. She doesn't know how to wield a knife or a gun. How did she save you? The ace of the Far East blushed a little, but he was still very cold. "This has nothing to do with you. You've already seen Lawyer Gu. You can leave now. But I still have something to do." Lu Yuan was in a very difficult position. The fingers on his right hand involuntarily twisted a few times, then he clenched his fist and retracted it. Lawyer Gu's landlord and her boss, Jin Dazhuang, are both looking for her, but I really don't know how to explain it to them now that she's like this. If I may be so bold as to ask, when will Lawyer Gu wake up? The ace of the Far East shrugged. I'm not sure. She'll wake up when it's time. Sigh, I don't have much time either. My private plane will take off in an hour. He had just raised his wrist to look at his watch when the equipment in the ward suddenly rang. Beep. 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 It was long and short like a police siren. It was ear-piercing and loud. He-ji-chu suddenly pushed open the door and barged in. He asked anxiously, "What's wrong? What happened? Has Nyenji's condition changed?" At that moment, he regretted chasing those doctors away. Could it be that his speculation was wrong? Was Nyenji's surgery really delayed by a quack? Just as he was panicking, Lu Yuan looked at the equipment and his expression suddenly changed. He said, "Someone hacked into the hospital's internal system. Look here, someone is reading the data from the surveillance equipment in Nyenji's ward." He-ji-chu was shocked. Without hesitation, he took out his gun and wanted to shoot at the equipment. However, he remembered that if the equipment was damaged, what would happen to Nyenji? Those equipment were monitoring her condition. If the equipment was damaged, would Nyenji be negatively affected? Why would someone hack into the equipment in Lawyer Gu's ward? It's like a hacker. Lu Yuan's Lu Corporation was a famous network security company. His words were very authoritative. He-ji-chu thought of the group of doctors who insisted on seeing the data of the equipment in Nyenji's ward, as well as Qin Yaoguang, who wanted to use her body for medical research before her daughter even died. He instantly felt that he had discovered the truth. Of course someone didn't give up, He-ji-chu said with a sneer. He was about to continue speaking when he suddenly heard another sound from the equipment in the ward. He turned around and saw that the equipment in the intensive care unit was flashing a green light. This was the indicator light that the patient had woken up. Lu Yuan looked at his watch again. It was exactly 6 hours, 30 minutes, and 28 seconds. Gu Nyenji's consciousness was in a state of chaos. At first, she couldn't open her eyes. She only felt that her eyelids were 1,000 pounds heavy, and she couldn't open them no matter how hard she tried. Her legs felt like they were stuck in mud. They were wet and heavy, making it impossible for her to walk. She lay quietly for a while and gradually regained consciousness. Finally, she opened her eyes and saw Hua Xiaoheng's handsome face. No, Hua Xiaoheng's face was even more exquisite and handsome than she remembered. Major General Hua. Are you here to see me? Or am I dreaming again? She muttered. Her gaze lingered on the face in front of her for a while before she closed her eyes again. The ace of the Far East lowered his head and adjusted her blanket. He smiled and got up. He said to the shocked He-ji-chu, "Mr. He, she remembers me." He-ji-chu only wanted to chuckle. "She remembers you." He was flattering himself. Hearing someone speak, Gu Nyenji finally realized that she wasn't dreaming. She opened her eyes again. This time, her vision went from blurry to clear. Yesterday's memories flooded into her brain like a tidal wave. Her memory stopped at the last moment when she was shot by a heavy sniper rifle and spoke to He-ji-chu. After that, she fell into a coma. But looking at the snow-white walls and ceiling in front of her, she knew that she was probably in the hospital. As soon as she woke up, the pain in her body was transmitted to her brain through her nervous system. Her body was in so much pain that she couldn't stop trembling. Sweat immediately seeped out of her forehead, and her snow-white teeth left a row of tiny teeth marks on her lips. Lu Yuan immediately leaned over and said, "Lawyer Gu, how are you?" Only then did Gu Nyenji see Lu Yuan. Her eyes flashed, and she asked weakly, "CEO Lu, why are you here?" "Well, first of all, I came to see you. We were all very worried when we heard that you were injured," Lu Yuan said vaguely. "Secondly, the building in the south of the city where you live has recently been bought and is being demolished. Your landlord said that he doesn't want to rent it anymore. He asked you to terminate the contract and promised to pay the termination fee so that you can move your things away. Gu Nianji blinked slowly, as if she was trying hard to digest what Lu Yuan had said. The ace of the Far East saw this and said to Lu Yuan impatiently, "When can't you say something like this? Lawyer Gu needs to rest." Rest? Lu Yuan smiled and pointed at the instrument that had just shouted. Someone hacked into Lawyer Gu's ward to read her postoperative recovery data. How else do you think she can rest? Gu Nianji thought of her physique and felt nervous. Her voice became even weaker. "I want to go home. CEO Lu, can you do me a favor and take me back to Sea City?" Her expression was like that of a homeless kitten. She looked at Lu Yuan pitifully, as if she was afraid that he wouldn't take her back. "Lawyer Gu, can you travel long distances in your current condition?" The ace of the Far East was very practical in his considerations. He wouldn't be moved by pleas. He only looked at whether it was reasonable. Gu Nianji ignored him and turned to look at He Jichu, who was silent. She continued to plead in a voice so soft that it was almost inaudible. "Young Master He, I can't stay here anymore." He Jichu looked at her carefully and said, "The house you rented is about to be demolished. Where are you going?" He didn't dare ask her to go home with him. He knew that even if he did, she would reject him outright. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and said, "I want to go back to Sea City with CEO Lu, and then ask CEO Lu to help me rent a house to recuperate." "Young Master He, I'm recuperating. It's best if I stay at home." This was today's second update, Chapter 1546, Tacit Understanding. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. An update for Little One's Kiss, the leader of the February promotion, has arrived. Good night, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1558. In My Own Home. As Gu Nianji said this, she stared into He Jichu's eyes and emphasized, her own home. She subtly reminded He Jichu not to forget her special constitution. She didn't know how fast she would recover this time, but the last time she was shot in the Alps, it healed in one night. This time, the area of the injury was so large and it was even her internal organs, so it shouldn't be that fast. But it was definitely much faster than the average person. If the people here found out, the consequences would be unimaginable. She didn't have much strength to speak right now. Her back and chest were burning with pain. She didn't know how she was doing right now. She didn't know if she had undergone surgery or not, but she knew that she couldn't stay in this place. He Jichu also looked into her eyes with a hesitant expression on his face. He completely understood what she meant and knew that her constitution was special, but her injuries this time were too serious. She had even had surgery on her heart. If she went home to recuperate, no one would discover her special constitution, but how could her home be more convenient than a hospital? If it affected her recovery, wouldn't it be more than worth it? He Jichu thought about it and his voice was very gentle. "Nianji, I know you're worried, but the most important thing now is your recovery. Although it's comfortable to go home, there's no necessary medical equipment at home. What if your injury recurs?" He really couldn't bear the consequences of losing her. The moment he saw her get shot last night, he was already prepared to go with her. The ace of the Far East put his hands behind his back and frowned disdainfully. He said arrogantly and coldly, "Is that very difficult? If you can't even satisfy such a small request from a patient, it will affect her mood and then her recovery." The last thing He Jichu wanted to see was the ace of the Far East fawning over Gu Nianji. The corners of his mouth twitched. "Mr. Peter, aren't you being too nosy? Right now, Nianji's recovery is the most important thing. Don't argue on purpose." The ace of the Far East took out his phone and said, "How is this arguing? It doesn't matter if you don't have the necessary medical equipment at home. You can buy it. The Soviet Union has the best medical equipment and medicine in the world. I'll contact my colleagues now and ask them to ship a batch over immediately. As long as young master he asks your customs to give special support and not deliberately block the import and export quota, I can call immediately. There's no need to trouble Mr. Peter. He Ji-Chu was slightly taken aback and immediately rejected him. The Huaxia Empire also has the best medical equipment. It's not any worse than the Soviet Union. How about this? I'll get a medical company to transfer a batch of medical equipment over. CEO Lu, you can help Ninji rent a bigger house. Don't worry about the expenses. Give me the address when the time comes, and I'll get someone to send the medical equipment over. Lu Yuan looked at the two of them with a smile, but he ignored them and praised, the two of you are really magnanimous. In fact, with young master He's status and ability, he could even open a private hospital for Lawyer Gu at home. It would be great if young master He is willing to help. He turned to look at the ace of the Far East and said politely, Mr. Peter, you're very thoughtful. This is a really good idea. I didn't even think of it. The ace of the Far East still maintained his arrogant and cold demeanor. He didn't even look at him. Lawyer Gu isn't your savior. It's normal for you not to think so much. Lu Yuan didn't take the king's contempt from the ace of the Far East to heart. He smiled generously and turned to He Ji-Chu. That's easy. Young master He, you have a high status and power. Help Lawyer Gu transfer a batch of medical equipment to her home. Oh, by the way, Lawyer Gu also asked me to rent a house. In my opinion, Lawyer Gu needs to rest well this time. I'll find you a more spacious house and ask young master He to transfer the medical equipment to you. Is that okay? If young master He has no problem, I'll call my secretary immediately and ask him to find me a good house. That way, I can send it over as soon as I get off the plane. He Ji-Chu looked at Gu Nianji and asked gently, Nianji, what do you think? Is that okay? Gu Nianji was lying on her side on the hospital bed. She didn't want to speak anymore, so she only nodded slightly and signaled with her eyes. He Ji-Chu saw that she agreed and nodded. Since you trust President Lu, I have nothing to say. Then let's go together. He added, President Lu, help me find a better house. Don't worry about the cost. Just send me the bill. Gu Nianji was about to refuse when He Ji-Chu stopped her. Nianji, don't think too much about it now. We'll talk about it after you recover, okay? Since he had already said that, Gu Nianji had no choice but to close her eyes. What He Ji-Chu said did make sense. The most important thing for her now was to get better soon. While they were talking, Lu Yuan was already calling his secretary. Yes, rent a better house. It has to be spacious, and it has to be similar to the intensive care unit in the hospital. It's up to you. Secretary Lu was already on his way to the airport. He held his phone and kept nodding. Don't worry, I've prepared everything. It's in my spare house. I have all the medical equipment. Rent? No need. Oh, He Ji-Chu will pay. Then you have to ask for a high price. Lu Yuan finished the call with a sullen face and saw that He Ji-Chu and the ace of the Far East had already moved Gu Nianji to a mobile operating bed. He Ji-Chu looked at Lu Yuan. President Lu, you don't mind taking a few more people on your private plane, do you? Lu Yuan smiled and shook his head. Of course not. If young master He wants to take my plane, I can't ask for more. The ace of the Far East added, and me. He Ji-Chu thought to himself, President Lu, you won't be able to get rid of this ace of the Far East dog skin plaster. Only then did he introduce him to Lu Yuan. This is Mr. Peter, the new deputy consul of the Soviet Consulate General in Sea City. His Chinese name is Hu Xiaoheng. Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and put his hands in his pockets. Good name. I've never heard of it. The deputy consul of the Ace of the Far East, Peter, didn't care. I rarely use my Chinese name. Everyone calls me Peter outside. Lu Yuan reached out his hand and smiled. Nice to meet you, Mr. Peter. Please take care of me in the future. Peter casually reached out his hand and touched Lu Yuan's. Mr. Lu, you're welcome. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Yuan looked at his watch. If it's convenient, shall we leave now? My plane leaves in 40 minutes. Then let's go. He Jichu called someone to prepare an ambulance. He planned to use an ambulance to take Gu Nianji to the airport directly. It would be convenient and fast. All the cars on the road would have to make way for them. After coming out of West Camp Hospital, He Jichu and the new deputy consul of the Soviet Union, Peter, sent Gu Nianji to the ambulance. Lu Yuan followed behind in his own car. They had a smooth journey and only took 20 minutes to reach the airport. Because it was Lu Yuan's private plane, they boarded the plane very quickly. In addition, with He Jichu's golden signboard, the airport's air traffic control gave them first priority. 3 hours later, they had already gotten off the plane at Sea City Airport. The van that Lu Yuan had arranged drove all the way to the bottom of the plane's gangway. Gu Nianji lay on a specially made mobile hospital bed. She was firmly secured and sent to Lu Yuan's van. She had been in a deep sleep the entire way and had only drunk a little water on the way. Lu Yuan's secretary personally came to pick them up and said, President Lu, we've already found the house you wanted, but because of the rush, we haven't had time to sign the contract. However, when the landlord heard that you were the guarantor, he gave us the key without hesitation. Lu Yuan smiled and nodded. Thank you for your hard work, Secretary Lin. In the car, he turned around and said to He Jichu, my secretary is very capable. Without her, I probably wouldn't have been able to do anything. The corners of He Jichu's mouth twitched. He nodded to the chubby middle-aged female secretary in the front seat. Thank you, Secretary Lin. You're welcome, young master He. Secretary Lin's face was full of joy, and her smile was very friendly. She was also very talkative. When she saw He Jichu in the car, she began to get close to him with passion. What has young master He been busy with all these years? We go to the Christmas party at young master He's house every year, but we haven't seen you in the past few years. Lu Yuan was the president of the Lu Corporation. The Lu Corporation was also one of the top internet security companies in China. Its market value could be ranked in the top 100 on the entire blue planet. It was impossible for such a big company not to have a good relationship with the government. Lu Yuan was very familiar with the He family. He smiled and interrupted Secretary Lin. Secretary Lin, don't ask around about young master He's work needs. Oh. I was being too nosy. Young master He, please don't mind me. Secretary Lin immediately changed the topic. Lawyer Gu was injured this time. Jean Dazhuang and the others are very worried. They said that they will come to see her after Lawyer Gu is settled. Also, Nanchang is suddenly going to be demolished. Lawyer Gu is so pitiful. She's going to be homeless all of a sudden. Secretary Lin looked at Gu Nianji, who was sleeping in the back seat, and shook her head sympathetically. The Ace of the Far East, who was sitting next to Gu Nianji's bed in the back seat, suddenly said, doesn't Lawyer Gu have her own house? It's okay, I'll buy it for her. He Jichu was originally very upset, but his face darkened when he was interrupted by the Ace of the Far East. Mr. Peter, what do you mean? Lawyer Gu saved my life. What's wrong with me buying her a house? The Ace of the Far East didn't seem to understand. Isn't my life worth a house? You're looking down on me too much. Was this the same thing? The corners of He Jichu's eyes twitched, and his expression turned cold. Nianji won't be homeless. I've already prepared a house for her, and she can transfer the ownership right away. I don't need this Mr. Peter's charity. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed and he said, if the two of you are interested, why don't you take a look at the house we rented? I heard from Secretary Lin that the landlord was actually planning to sell it. Later, when he heard that we were the ones who wanted to rent it, he said that we could rent it first and then buy it. Secretary Lin had been with Lu Yuan for so many years, so it could be said that she knew him very well. She immediately replied, that's right, that's right. The landlord over there actually asked me if Mr. Lu was interested. If he was willing to sell it to Mr. Lu. He Jichu nodded without hesitation. Let's go take a look first. If Nianji likes it, then buy it. The ace of the Far East also said, I'll pay for this one. Young Master you can buy another house for Lawyer Gu. Lu Yuan's lips curled up imperceptibly. This is today's first chapter, chapter 1547, bye. Let me remind you of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. P.S. Thank you, Momo Moshi, for the 10,000 Chidian coins you gave me yesterday. Thank you to Little 7 Seiji for giving me 10,000 starter coins this morning. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1559. He Jichu was furious. He clenched his fists and covered his mouth to cough. Mr. Peter, don't go too far. You're a diplomat of the Soviet Union. Although I know you're doing this to repay her for saving your life, in the eyes of outsiders, you're bribing Lawyer Gu. It will make it difficult for Lawyer Gu to work in the future. This was a more dignified reason. As a diplomat, if he gave Gu Nianji a house, she would most likely be on the country's special surveillance list to prevent her from becoming the target of foreign spies. And Deputy Consul Peter's other identity was the KGB. The ace of the Far East, who had been eager to buy Gu Nianji a few times, was now silent. He Jichu felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes flashed, and his mood improved. Secretary Lin, who was watching from the side, opened her mouth wide and couldn't close it at all. What was going on? Were these two handsome men competing to see who was richer? Even if they wanted to compete, couldn't they wait for Lawyer Gu to wake up? She was sleeping so soundly now. Even if the two of them were competing to the heavens, Lawyer Gu wouldn't know. This was called flirting with the blind. It was superfluous. Secretary Lin stole a glance at Lu Yuan. Her big boss still had a warm smile on his face. Although he was old, the lines at the corners of his eyes made his smile even more charming. As a mature woman, she still admired her boss's looks more. Secretary Lin looked away in admiration. Fortunately, she knew her limits. She had her own husband and children. If she had met such a handsome boss when she was unmarried, she couldn't even guarantee that she wouldn't be infatuated with him. However, it was strange that the male and female secretaries that this boss hired were all married and had children. They were over 30 years old. He didn't hire unmarried men and women, regardless of whether they were young or old. He was also very willful. Lu Yuan smiled and waited for He Jichu and the deputy consul from the Soviet Union to finish speaking before expressing his opinion. Don't be in a hurry. Let's take a look at the house first. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the rental location that Secretary Lin had mentioned. He Jichu looked out of the window and raised an eyebrow. Secretary Lin is really amazing. She can even rent a house in the West District. The West District of Sea City was where the main government departments were located. The residential area here was not big, and the houses were especially expensive. However, the facilities in the area were very good, and the military branch was also stationed in the West District. He Jichu had a house assigned to him in the military base, but he had never lived here before. The residential area they were currently facing was a middle-priced residential area in the West District. Of course, this was only a medium price in the Xiqing district. In other places, it would be a proper high-priced house. Secretary Lin led the way in front of them. It's here. Penthouse, a 36-story penthouse in Block B. It's a duplex structure. There's also a semi-enclosed garden on the top floor, so it's 2.5 stories. It's not particularly big in a mansion. The upper and lower floors have a total of more than 600 square meters, and there are more than 10 rooms. This kind of penthouse had its own exclusive elevator. It was very spacious, and there was no need to squeeze with others. Therefore, Gu Nianji's mobile hospital bed could be pushed directly into the elevator and sent smoothly and quickly to the elevator on the top floor. For a top-floor mansion, this was a private elevator. Secretary Lin took the key card and opened the door of the mansion. What she saw were 2 round pillars and glass windows that covered almost the entire wall. In order to be spacious, the 2 floors of the living room were connected, and the ceiling appeared especially high. A postmodern style silver-white chandelier hung from the ceiling, and the space was even more spacious. It almost merged with the skyline outside the window. 2 beige sofas, which were also postmodern style, were placed opposite each other. The corners of the sofas were round, and they did not look sharp and tidy. They looked very casual and relaxed. There was a grand piano in the corner of the living room. Because the living room was very large, the huge grand piano in the corner of the room did not look out of place at all. The room was covered with a thick carpet, and the sharp corners of the furniture were carefully wrapped with decorations. The entire environment was harmonious and warm, but it was also very stylish. Not only did it suit Gu Nianji's usual taste, but the furniture here was also very suitable for recuperation. He Jichu quickly looked around the living room and turned to look at Secretary Lin. Secretary Lin, you're really amazing to be able to find such a good house in such a short time. Secretary Lin smiled so widely that her eyes could not be seen. You flatter me, young master he. This is also because President Liu has a lot of face. As soon as I released the news that President Liu wanted to rent a house, several friends who work as real estate agents immediately contacted me. They said that they had a suitable house and asked if President Liu was interested. I was almost dazzled by the choices, but when I saw this house, I immediately knew that this was it. He Jichu nodded. You've indeed put in a lot of effort. He and the ace of the Far East pushed Gu Nianji's mobile bed to a guest room next to the living room on the first floor. Secretary Lin led them in and said, although this house is a guest room, it's very large. It's a small suite. Look, the room inside is the bedroom, and there's a moon door in the middle. Outside is a living room, and the bathroom is inside the bedroom. Lawyer Gu is recuperating here, so she doesn't have to go up and down the stairs. It'll be very convenient. He Jichu walked around the room a few times and nodded. Not bad. It's big and can even store medical equipment. Oh, right, young master he, shouldn't you hurry up and get the medical equipment over? The ace of the Far East played with his phone. Lawyer Gu's condition needs these medical equipment to monitor. He Jichu glanced at him and picked up his phone. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room and made a call. He asked someone to get the medical equipment over. Because Gu Nianji was recovering, she didn't need a lot of medical equipment. However, a ventilator was definitely needed. An electrocardiogram and an electroencephalogram were also needed. He Jichu simply asked someone to get the equipment list for the hospital's intensive care unit and use the equipment listed on the list. While He Jichu was on the phone in the living room, Secretary Lin also received several calls. She had a serious job, not a secretary who took care of her boss's private life. President Liu, representatives from a few companies are here. They want to talk to us. I need to go back to the company to take a look. Secretary Lin sent the information of the companies to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan looked around casually and said, then go back to the company and ask Oldley to meet them with you. Oldley was Lu Yuan's other male secretary. The Lu Corporation was a large company with more than 5,000 employees around the world. Lu Yuan also had a lot of secretaries, and they formed a secretarial team. Someone had once suggested that he choose a secretary general from the dozen or so secretaries. However, Lu Yuan didn't like secretaries working together, and he didn't like a leader among the secretaries who could manage the other secretaries. Therefore, his secretarial team didn't have the position of secretary general. His secretaries each had their own duties and worked together, but they only listened to his orders. Secretary Lin picked up her briefcase and said, President Lu, I'll be leaving then. Lu Yuan waved his hand. Let's go. When you see those people, express my apologies. Secretary Lin pursed her lips and smiled. President Lu is so funny. After she left, only Lu Yuan, He Zhichu, and the ace of the Far East were left in the huge penthouse mansion. He Zhichu finished the call and saw Lu Yuan bending over to cover Gu Nianji with a blanket. He walked over as if nothing had happened and took the blanket from Lu Yuan. President Lu is so busy, so I won't bother you. Lu Yuan straightened his back in amusement. Young Master He, you're even jealous of me. Don't you see that I'm old? I'm not interested in these young girls. He Zhichu blushed slightly and thought to himself, what right did he have to be jealous? It was just so that Gu Nianji could recuperate properly and not get into unnecessary trouble. Lu Yuan was an outsider, so he couldn't let him know about Nianji's special constitution. He Zhichu planned to stay and take care of Nianji himself. After covering Gu Nianji with the blanket, He Zhichu sat down by her bed and said, you guys can leave first if you have something to do. I'll stay here to take care of her for a few days. The ace of the Far East refused to leave. I'll stay here to take care of her until she recovers. I'll let you know when she recovers. You don't have to stay here. He Zhichu sneered. Nianji's special constitution couldn't be known by the KGB. The ace of the Far East refused to back down. His voice was extremely cold. Aren't you the one who should leave? Lawyer Gu suffered so much to save me. It's only right for me to stay here with her. As for young Master He, you're so busy with work. How can you have time to take care of a patient? You're free. He Zhichu's shimmering almond-shaped eyes flashed. Can your consulate staff do nothing and be absent from work all day long? I took a month off. The ace of the Far East shut He Zhichu's mouth with one sentence. He Zhichu frowned and thought to himself that this guy had really come prepared. He also wanted to pursue Nianji. Could it be that the corresponding bodies on both sides also liked the same person? He Zhichu looked at Lu Yuan in confusion. Lu Yuan also had a headache. In this situation, he had no choice. He could only wait for Nianji to wake up again and let her make the decision. Keep your voices down. Lawyer Gu is still resting, Lu Yuan reminded them. In the end, when He Zhichu and the ace of the Far East were arguing, Gu Nianji hadn't woken up. When Lu Yuan asked them to keep their voices down, Gu Nianji woke up. Lu Yuan, he had really worried for nothing. At this moment, in Block A of the intensive care unit on the 16th floor of City H's West Camp Hospital, Qin Yaoguang, whose face was wrapped in gauze, was throwing a tantrum. Where is she? Where did she go? Dean Qin, young master, he sent your daughter away. Sent her away. Doesn't he want her to live? Qin Yaoguang was very surprised. Did you see wrong? The director of the cardiac surgery department of West Camp Hospital was scolded like a grandson in front of Qin Yaoguang. Although they didn't belong to the same system, and one was a public hospital and the other was a private hospital, the scale of Qin's private hospital was almost the same as that of a public hospital. Moreover, it was said that the conditions of private hospitals were better than those of public hospitals, from doctors to equipment. Therefore, public hospitals had been losing market share. And the director of the cardiac surgery department of a public hospital could only pretend to be a grandson in front of the director of the largest private hospital. Because it might not be long before doctors from public hospitals like them would have to go to private hospitals to make a living. Dean Chin, it was really young master he who sent her away. The director of the cardiac surgery department said carefully, his expression extremely flattering. And your daughter has already woken up. She's fine, don't worry. What? She's awake. She's really fine. Qin Yaoguang's expression changed. She grabbed the collar of the director of the cardiac surgery department's white coat and said anxiously, "Where are your surgery records? And all the data in this ward, give them to me." Dean Chin, our hospital was attacked by hackers a few hours ago. Your daughter's surgery records and all the data in this ward were erased. The director of the cardiac surgery department of West Camp Hospital's face was ashen, as if he had lost his parents. I've really worried for nothing. Check it for me immediately. Find out where Gu Nianji went. Qin Yaoguang stomped her feet and pushed away the director of the cardiac surgery department of West Camp Hospital. She took out her phone and gave orders as she ran out like a gust of wind. This is today's second monthly vote of 2000 plus updates, Chapter 1548, Worrying for Nothing. Remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Good night, my little angels. Chapter 1560. Qin Yaoguang finished calling her subordinates and got into her car. She thought for a moment and called He Qingjian. Brother He, this is Yaoguang. Her voice was very anxious. I just came to see West Camp Hospital to see how Nianji is doing, but I found out that Ah Chu had already taken her away. Do you know where Ah Chu took her? He Qingjian had just come out of a meeting and took the phone from his secretary. He was also very surprised. What? Ah Chu took Nianji away from the hospital? How is Nianji? Is she okay? He was very worried that if Gu Nianji died, his only son would do something stupid. She's fine, she's fine. Brother He, don't worry. Qin Yaoguang's voice was full of passion. I heard from the hospital that Nianji has woken up. She's really lucky. Her constitution is even better than what we've studied before. I think her constitution might have really achieved genetic self-evolution. Brother He, do you know what this means? We didn't think of this at the time, because in theory, the time it takes for genes to evolve is limited by the lifespan of humans, so genetic evolution can't be completed in one generation. Her genes can help Ah Chu repair his defective genes, which is already her limit. But we might have all been wrong. Her genes have even greater potential waiting for us to unearth. He Qingjian, although Gu Nianji wasn't his daughter, He Qingjian felt very uncomfortable hearing Qin Yaoguang talk about her biological daughter like that. It was just like the earthworms he hated when he was young. Even though he knew that they wouldn't have any ill intentions towards humans, the sight of them made goosebumps involuntarily appear on his body. Thinking of this, Gu Nianji's analogy of Qin Yaoguang being an earthworm that had become a spirit surfaced in his mind. The last bit of guilt he felt towards Qin Yaoguang was instantly wiped away. Qin Yaoguang still didn't know about the changes in He Qingjian's mind. She was full of hope as she said, "What a pity. If she really dies, we can still carefully study which gene fragment has achieved self-evolution and self-repair. Perhaps we can make a major contribution to our country's human genetic research and achieve a breakthrough that transcends the era." He Qingjian. Like He Zhichu, he used to think that Gu Nianji didn't kiss Qin Yaoguang, her biological mother, because Qin Yaoguang was indeed busy with experiments and medical work and had neglected her daughter. Therefore, the mother-daughter relationship between the two of them was very weak. Moreover, Qin Yaoguang had repeatedly said that she didn't treat Gu Nianji as her own daughter. Gu Nianji had never acknowledged Qin Yaoguang as her own mother. She had even cut her own mother's hands with a knife the moment she returned. In He Qingjian's opinion, the mother and daughter were on the same level. Neither of them was easy to deal with. But this time, Gu Nianji had really walked on the edge of life and death. Even now, he didn't know if she would survive. As for Qin Yaoguang, what her biological mother cared about was actually her physique and her genes. She even said that she was really lucky and regretted that she couldn't use her corpse for research. He felt that something was amiss. It wasn't that He Qingjian had never seen scientists who devoted themselves to scientific research, but even the most ignorant and crazy lunatic in science knew how to dote on his daughter. He Qingjian frowned and said unhappily, "From what you're saying, you want Nianji to die." Qin Yaoguang was stunned for a moment. She quickly understood what she had accidentally said and quickly stammered, "Brother He, that's not what I meant. You know, I've always been one-track minded. As long as it's related to my medical research, I can't think of anything else. Nianji is my biological daughter. Why would I want her to die?" "Ha, one-track minded. No wonder Nianji said that you're an earthworm that has turned into a spirit. You're really one-track minded." He Qingjian obviously didn't think much of Qin Yaoguang's explanation. Qin Yaoguang was annoyed by her slip of the tongue, but she knew that denying it again and again would only make He Qingjian's impression of her worse. Therefore, she quickly stopped denying it and said, "I know that brother He is kind-hearted and has loved Nianji since she was young. It's Nianji's blessing to be able to marry into the He family. But death is inevitable. It can be as heavy as Mount Tai, or as light as a feather. If she can contribute to human genetic research as a mother, I won't stop the path of human evolution just because of that mother-daughter relationship." F***ck, even He Qingjian, a cunning military boss, was about to kneel down when he was accused of stopping human evolution. Wait. He Qingjian quickly stopped her. "First of all, we still don't know what Nianji's condition is like. Maybe she really died. How can you be so sure that her genes can repair and evolve on their own? Also, we don't know if she's alive or dead. We don't even know where she is. It's very uncomfortable for you to think about all this nonsense. As a biological mother, you're so cold-blooded to your own daughter. I really doubt how much sincerity you have for Ah Chu. Are you so enthusiastic about Ah Chu's congenital genetic defect also for your research?" He Qingjian's expression turned cold. He was a suspicious person. Once he was suspicious, he would think deeper. He Qingjian didn't care if Qin Yaoguang used her own daughter as an experiment, but if she dared to put her hands on his only son, he would skin her alive. Qin Yaoguang shivered. It was as if she could feel He Qingjian's strong displeasure and disgust from the phone waves from 1,000 miles away. This feeling was fatal to Qin Yaoguang. She had only loved one person in her life, and that was He Qingjian. No matter how good or bad he was to her, whether he gave up or got close to her, she had never changed her mind. However, He Qingjian could not love her, he could ignore her, but he could not hate her. He absolutely could not. Why did she hate Gu Nianji so much for calling her an earthworm spirit? Because she knew that He Qingjian had hated earthworms since he was young. Qin Yaoguang's eyes turned red. She choked and said, "He Qingjian. You have no conscience. Would I do that? I love Ah Chu more than your wife. Don't forget, I was the one who suggested gene therapy to give birth to a child and use her genes to treat Ah Chu's illness. Your wife was against it." Qin Yaoguang slammed the phone down and covered her face as she cried. Half of her life had passed, but the man she loved deeply was still standing on the clouds and treating her indifferently. He Qingjian was also momentarily dazed when he heard Qin Yaoguang's crying words. Yes, his wife was against it at the time. She was unwilling, absolutely unwilling to use another child's life to save her own child. Chin Suan was a lawyer. Not only did she object verbally, but she also invoked various laws of the country to prohibit them from treating human life like grass and using other people's genes to create small lives for them to experiment on. However, he knew that she loved her son very much. He couldn't bear to let her watch her son walk towards death step by step, so he secretly cooperated with Qin Yaoguang and that lunatic. Finally, he found a way to not break the law. Or rather, that lunatic found a loophole in the relevant laws. By a freak combination of factors, Gu Nianji was born. It wasn't until he Jichu recovered 6 years later that he confessed the whole thing to Qin Suan. Qin Suan was so angry that she went crazy. She asked for a divorce and couldn't live with him anymore. He knelt in front of her every night and begged her not to leave him, but Qin Suan insisted on leaving. He Qingjian was about to go crazy. On the day that Qin Suan was about to find a lawyer to handle the separation procedures, the lunatic suddenly sent Gu Nianji to his house. He said that he and Qin Yaoguang were too busy to take care of her and asked for their help. Qin Suan's heart softened when she saw the 6-year-old girl hiding under the table and looking at them timidly. She wouldn't leave, nor would she get a divorce. She even quit her job temporarily to take care of the little girl, who had just arrived and would tremble in fear at the sight of light, and her son, who had just recovered from a serious illness. She let Gu Nianji get engaged to her son and had always told He Jichu not to let this little girl down. He Jichu was only 16 years old at the time, but his mother had already begun to tell him to treat Gu Nianji well. From then on, she didn't allow her son to have too much contact with his father, because she thought that cold-bloodedness is contagious. During those 2 years, Qin Suan ignored him and had been in a cold war. However, he was willing to endure it. As long as she didn't leave the house, he would be satisfied. It was just that he didn't keep her around. 2 years after Gu Nianji arrived at their house, when He Jichu was 18 years old, Qin Suan suddenly passed away. All the forensic tests said that she had died of acute myocardial infarction caused by strong stimulation, and not from external injuries. In short, Qin Suan had been angered to death, literally angered to death. However, He Qingjian wasn't satisfied with this explanation. Qin Suan had been living well at home, but after seeing that lunatic, she had been so stimulated that she had died of acute myocardial infarction. Wasn't that lunatic's fault? Because that lunatic was the last person to see Qin Suan. What had he said to her to make her so angry? Also, that lunatic had left her in the lurch because even if Qin Suan had an attack, she wouldn't have died immediately. Therefore, he had ignored the obstruction of others and stubbornly issued a wanted order for that lunatic, Gu Xiangwen, and used the power of the entire country to hunt him down. He Qingjian's face was livid. He clenched his fists tightly and thought to himself that this lunatic still knew his limits. If he hadn't died in the car accident and fire in front of everyone, he would have found him no matter what. He would have asked Qin Suan what he had said to make her die of anger. At that moment, Gu Nianji was living in the penthouse apartment in the West District of Sea City. She had just opened her eyes and saw that she was no longer in the hospital. After sleeping for a few more hours, her strength had recovered further. Although her chest and back were still burning with pain, as if someone had dug out her heart and ravaged it, it was already slightly better than before. She looked at the 3 people in the room. He Jichu was sitting by her bed. After an unknown period of time, He Jichu's military uniform was in a mess. The person standing in front of the bed should be the ace of the Far East. There was still a pool of dark red blood on his chest. Gu Nianji, she felt a little uncomfortable. She had been prepared to die to take the bullet for him, but now that she wasn't dead, she felt extremely uncomfortable and awkward when she saw this person again. Gu Nianji automatically ignored this person and looked at CEO Lu Yuan, who was standing opposite her. CEO Lu. Gu Nianji's voice was very weak. Let them all go. I want some peace and quiet. He Ji-chu, the ace of the Far East, Lu Yuan instantly understood what Gu Nianji meant. He sighed and said, You too, you heard what Lawyer Gu said. She doesn't want to see you. Shouldn't you follow the patient's wishes? He Ji-chu frowned and turned to look at Gu Nianji. Nianji, can't I just stay outside with you? You can't be alone in your current state. Gu Nianji composed herself and said softly. Then did I have the surgery? Of course you did. He Ji-chu nodded. A very good doctor performed the surgery on you and removed all the shrapnel from your body. Even the shrapnel embedded in your heart was no exception. This doctor is so good. Gu Nianji's eyes sparkled as she looked at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan smiled at her. Of course he's good. If this doctor wasn't good, he wouldn't have been able to save you, right? Gu Nianji also smiled at him and said, That's enough. Since I've already had the surgery, just find a caregiver. There's no need to trouble the two of you. He Ji-chu was in a difficult position. He knew Gu Nianji's condition very well. If he were to find a caregiver to take care of her, what if that person's mouth wasn't sealed? Nianji, don't be willful. Let me take care of you. I swear, I'll leave immediately after your injuries heal. If you don't agree in the future, I won't see you again. Is that okay? He Ji-chu only wanted to make up for his and his father's mistakes. Gu Nianji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She could tell that He Ji-chu was really scared this time. He probably wouldn't insist on the engagement anymore. As long as he didn't pester her about this matter, she didn't have any other ill feelings towards him. Although she hated his father, she wouldn't vent her dissatisfaction with his father on He Ji-chu. Young Master He, you're thinking too much. You know about my injury, so you're worried. But if you hire a caregiver and just say that I was stabbed with a knife, wouldn't that be fine? Don't tell me you're going to tell others how I got hurt. Gu Nianji smiled so much that her eyes curved. She knew that He Ji-chu had made a mistake in his thinking. She was afraid that others would see her gunshot wound heal too quickly, which would cause unnecessary panic and rumors, but if the caregiver didn't know what kind of injury she had suffered, then she could recover whenever she wanted. There would be no consequences. Lu Yuan was amazed by Gu Nianji's intelligence, but he deliberately looked confused. So Lawyer Gu's injury wasn't caused by someone stabbing her with a knife. He Ji-chu, the ace of the Far East, who had been watching from the side, said slowly, Lawyer Gu is wise. Let's leave it at that. Young Master He, where's your medical equipment? Aren't you going to hurry them up? Then I'll take my leave first. He nodded at Gu Nianji briskly and turned to walk towards the door. He Ji-chu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the ace of the Far East had left. He held Gu Nianji's hand and put it under the blanket. He said, Okay, you rest first. I'll find a caregiver for you. Gu Nianji smiled and shook her head. Young Master He, you're too big of a target to find a caregiver. Let's not bother two people for the same thing. Let President Lu help. She then said softly, Young Master He, I think it's best if you don't appear for the time being. If I'm not wrong, my mother must be looking for me all over the world right now. If she knows that you took me away, do you think she'll look for you first? He Ji-chu's body trembled and he immediately said, I understand. Then you take care of your injuries. I'll go lure them away. She couldn't let Qin Yaoguang reach in again. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and agreed. Thank you, young Master He. I'll call you when I recover. The subtext was that before her injuries healed, she would appear in front of her. He Ji-chu understood what she meant. Although he was very sad and reluctant to part with her, his rationality told him that this was the best way. Gu Nianji was already awake. With her recovery ability and the special care she had found, she shouldn't have a problem taking care of herself. Then you must call me when you recover. I won't contact you for the time being because I'm afraid of being eavesdropped. He Ji-Chu stood up. Fortunately, I didn't tell you the address of the medical equipment. At that time, he had been extra careful and had someone send it directly to his base. Lu Yuan was very satisfied and said, "You can send it to my company. I'll drive it here personally." "Thank you, President Liu." He Ji-Chu glanced at him. Lu Yuan's attention to Gu Nianji was unusual. It wasn't that He Ji-Chu didn't know that there was definitely a problem. However, Gu Nianji trusted him so much that He Ji-Chu didn't say anything else. Lu Yuan had always had a good reputation. Moreover, he had such a big company here, so he wasn't afraid that he would cause trouble. The bigger a business person was, the more he would cherish his own feathers. Because he no longer had nothing, he would have a lot of concerns and wouldn't easily do anything illegal. In addition, ever since Gu Nianji met Lu Yuan, the difficulties in her life had been easily solved. She knew that Lu Yuan wouldn't do anything bad to her. He Ji-Chu finally left with a heavy heart. When Lu Yuan saw He Ji-Chu get into the car and drive away from the neighborhood from the surveillance camera, he made a leisurely call. "You can come down now. I'll be leaving first." Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She wanted to stop Lu Yuan, but Lu Yuan had already left in a hurry. The sound of the door opening and closing came from outside. After a while, her door was pushed open, and Lu Jin's smiling face appeared in front of her. Little Simba, the happiest day of the Lion King's life, was also at Disneyland. This was today's chapter of 5,000 words, chapter 1549, Cold-Bloodedness is Contagious. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There were no more at night. Mwah. Chapter 1561. Although Gu Nianji was mentally prepared, when she really saw Lu Jin's unassuming smiling face appear in front of her, her eyes slowly turned red in surprise. It was as if seeing this person, all the grievances she couldn't speak of and the vulnerability she couldn't show in front of others could be released without any scruples. Lu Jin was shocked and quickly walked over to ask, "Are you feeling unwell? Did the surgery not go well?" "That's impossible, although I haven't held a scalpel in years." "Don't be afraid, I'll push you to the intensive care unit inside for a good examination." Gu Nianji, something seemed wrong. She was speechless for a moment. Lu Jin pressed on the head of the bed she was lying on a few times. The wall at the head of the bed suddenly split open to both sides, revealing a doorway. Lu Jin bent down to pick her up from the bed and walked into the doorway inside the bed. It turned out that there was another world here. Gu Nianji stared blankly at the secret room-like room. It was very spacious and spacious. Above her head was a shadowless lamp like the one in the hospital's operating theater. The walls were snow-white, and the floor was dark. A very comfortable-looking bed was placed against the wall in the room. The bed was surrounded by all kinds of monitoring equipment. Each of them looked bright, and the shape was similar to the equipment she had seen in the hospital. It seemed that the words, "upgraded version," were engraved on it. Lu Jin carefully placed her on the hospital bed, then quickly connected all kinds of instruments to her head and chest, as well as the pulse on her wrist. The indicator lights of the equipment flashed one after another. There were red, blue, green, and orange. Gu Nianji looked over and saw that there were 7 colors of indicator lights. Lu Jin focused on the data detected by the equipment. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with her body, he breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Fortunately, there was no problem with the surgery. Your body is recovering." He then looked at Gu Nianji seriously. "Why did you want to cry just now? Are you feeling unwell?" Gu Nianji had completely lost her emotions. She looked at Lu Jin expressionlessly and said, Didn't you already test it with the equipment? But the equipment isn't omnipotent. You have to know that the human body is the most sophisticated instrument. From the looks of it, humans don't have the technology to create instruments more sophisticated than the human body. So if there's something wrong with your body, but my equipment didn't detect it, it's completely possible. Lu Jin explained to Gu Nianji in a businesslike manner. Gu Nianji didn't want to talk. Lu Jin didn't let her go. He continued to ask, Nianji, are you feeling unwell? Don't be afraid, tell me, I'll think of a way. It was as if no matter what it was, as long as he was told, he would be able to think of a way to solve it. Gu Nianji's emotions, which had just dissipated, quickly returned. Her eyes gradually reddened, and she whispered, Did you perform the surgery on me? From what he had said to himself, she had already guessed it. But she still wanted to confirm it. Lu Jin nodded seriously. Of course, other than me, no one else can perform this kind of surgery on you. Gu Nianji, it sounds arrogant. You don't believe me. Lu Jin was actually not a person who knew how to read people's expressions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had interpersonal disorder. But for some reason, he could instantly read Gu Nianji's expression. He didn't even need to think or figure it out to know what she was thinking. Gu Nianji curled her lips slightly. It's not that I don't believe you, but the world is so big. How can you be sure that you're the only one who can perform this kind of surgery? Although it's cruel to say this to other cardiac surgeons, I'm the only one who can perform this kind of surgery. Lu Jin didn't seem to be angry at her bickering. Instead, he explained to her in a very academic manner, because the trauma to your heart at that time was already on the verge of death for a normal person. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat, and a sharp pain made her groan. At the same time, the instrument monitoring her heart suddenly emitted a red light. It spanned the entire room like a rainbow, forming a curved arch bridge. Lu Jin's expression changed. Your chest hurts. Let me see. He lowered his head and operated on an instrument. His fingers flew as he entered commands one by one. He looked at the condition of Gu Nianji's heart on the monitor. After a while, the pain in Gu Nianji's chest disappeared. Lu Jin stopped operating and said, You have to control your emotions. Your heart is still in a very weak state. It can't beat fast and slow. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes. He spoke as if she could control her heartbeat. This was a subconscious reaction. Moreover, she had just recovered from her serious injury, so she couldn't control her emotions at all. Lu Jin sat in front of her bed and tucked her in. He said seriously, You really saved your life this time. If it weren't for the fact that the ventilator was put on in time and the bleeding stopped quickly, you wouldn't have lasted until I came to operate on you. Gu Nianji recalled the situation at that time and finally felt a trace of lingering fear. The gunshot wound you suffered wasn't an ordinary gunshot wound, but an anti-material rifle bullet. Fortunately, it was blocked by the bulletproof phone I gave you. Otherwise, you would have been torn apart immediately. Even the gods wouldn't have been able to save you. But the anti-material rifle bullet was also quite powerful. All of your internal organs were shaken to varying degrees. Although the anti-material rifle bullet didn't penetrate the phone, it exploded. The slanted shrapnel directly penetrated your back and went deep into your body, especially your heart. Under such circumstances, the requirement for the precision of the surgery is very high. As far as I know, no one other than me has been able to do this. Not even a computer-controlled gamma knife can do it. Although Lu Jin made it sound simple, Gu Nianji knew that the situation at that time must have been very dangerous. Lu Jin was racing with death and had pulled her back from the brink of death. Gu Nianji was very grateful. She blushed and said softly, Thank you. Why are you thanking me? It's only right. Lu Jin waved his hand disapprovingly. How can you say that? No one should do such a thing for others, Gu Nianji retorted seriously. Who am I to you? If I don't even say thank you for such a great favor, what kind of person would I be? Lu Jin was tongue-tied. The words kept swirling in his mouth, but in the end, he didn't have the courage to say them. He stood up and wanted to leave, but it wasn't appropriate to leave Gu Nianji here alone. This kind of complicated expression of emotions was more difficult for him to deal with than the most difficult high-energy physics problem. He was at his wit's end, and he couldn't go out, so he simply turned around and stood facing the wall. It was as if he didn't look at Gu Nianji, he wouldn't have to face the problems that he couldn't face. Gu Nianji looked at Lu Jin's tall and thin back, and her brows gradually furrowed. Countless questions were churning in her heart, but she hadn't expected Lu Jin to choose to avoid them. Did he not want to answer her questions? Or had she guessed wrong, and this person wasn't her real father, Gu Xiangwen? Gu Nianji felt indescribably disappointed when she thought of Gu Xiangwen, who had died in the submarine on the other side of the world. She even felt a little envious of little Nianji. Although little Nianji had died when she was 12 years old, at least before that, she had a happier and more complete life than her. This was really the case of everyone has their own causes and shouldn't be envious of others. Gu Nianji sighed softly and closed her eyes. The room was so quiet that not even the sound of breathing could be heard. Gu Nianji had only wanted to close her eyes to rest, but she hadn't expected the room to be too quiet. What she didn't know was that the oxygen, temperature, and humidity in the room had been specially adjusted. It was very suitable for a patient like her to recuperate. So it didn't take long for her to fall asleep. After she fell asleep, Lu Jin dared to turn around and look at her. He walked to her hospital bed and sat down. Lu Jin rested his chin on his hands and looked at her quietly. He didn't blink and sat like a statue. Gu Nianji was woken up by hunger. Her stomach growled, and she pursed her lips. Her lips were a little dry. She wanted to drink water and eat. When she opened her eyes, there was darkness in front of her. However, it wasn't pure black darkness, but a smoky gray with a dim light. She saw Lu Jin sitting in front of her bed. He rested his chin on his hands and leaned forward slightly. She didn't know how long he had been in this position. "You're awake," Lu Jin said in surprise and reached out to turn on the light in the room. The light gradually lit up, from dark to light. It wasn't exciting at all. Gu Nianji's eyes quickly adapted to the experience of going from darkness to light. "What time is it?" Gu Nianji turned to look at the time. 8:00 in the evening. Lu Jin showed her his watch. "Do you want to eat?" She hadn't eaten for almost 2 days and 2 nights, so of course she wanted to. Gu Nianji grunted slightly and asked, "Where's my phone?" "It's destroyed." Lu Jin told her regretfully, "The phone I gave you directly blocked the bullet. After the bullet exploded, everything in your backpack was destroyed." That was to say, her passport, identity card, mobile phone, wallet, and even her favorite lipstick were all gone. Gu Nianji wanted to cry again. Seeing that the red light was about to light up again, Lu Jin said frantically, "Don't worry. Don't worry. I'll have someone prepare your passport, ID card, and wallet right away. There's also a cell phone. Use this cell phone." He handed the cell phone he had prepared earlier to Gu Nianji. "This was specially prepared for you. The number is exactly the same as your previous cell phone. I've backed up the address book for you from the cloud." Gu Nianji didn't accept it. She still looked at Lu Jin. "That's not good, is it? You're so nice to me, how can I accept it?" Gu Nianji turned to look at the ward and said, "If I'm not wrong, this house is also yours, right?" Lu Jin was also a major shareholder of the Lu Corporation. She remembered that he had said that he was the biggest shareholder, so it was normal for him to have such a house. She just didn't know how he had managed to hide it from Lu Yuan's secretary, Lin, and sneaked the house over. Lu Jin lowered his head and sat upright like a primary school student who had done something wrong. It's mine. You can live in it. It's okay. He Jichu paid the rent, and I'll give it to you. Gu Nianji, she felt like she couldn't hold it in any longer. But before she did, she had to get to the bottom of it. If this Lu Jin wasn't her biological father, Gu Xiangwen, as she had guessed, she would leave this place immediately. Please forgive her for not being able to accept such a big favor. Gu Nianji adjusted her expression and continued, then I'm sorry. Young master, he has nothing to do with me. You and I met by chance and have never met before. I can't accept such a big favor from you. Please give me your phone number. I want to call my friend and go back to my own home. Nianji. I'm willing to let you live there. Don't feel burdened. Lu Jin was anxious. He didn't know how to persuade her to stay. No. I don't live in an outsider's house. I don't accept charity from others either. Gu Nianji was very tough. Although her chest and back were hurting, she still tried to sit up and struggled to get out of bed. She stretched out an arm and reached for a pair of pink slippers in front of the bed. Seeing that her forehead was sweating and her facial features were almost twisted in pain, Lu Jin's facial features were twisted as well. His heart ached to death. He said with some despair, Nianji, don't be like this. I know. I know what you want me to say. It's not that I don't want to, what do I want you to say? Gu Nianji suddenly raised her head and stared at Lu Jin with her dark eyes. It's not that you don't want to. Then you don't want to. It had to be said that Gu Nianji was self-taught when it came to infuriating people. Of course I don't want to. Lu Jin was forced into a corner by Gu Nianji. He made up his mind and closed his eyes. He said loudly, it's not that I don't want to. It's that I don't deserve it. This is the first update of the day, chapter 1550, I don't deserve. Remind everyone of the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday, especially the recommendation votes. There will be more updates at 8 p.m. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1562. Not worthy. Gu Nianji repeated Lu Jin's words in a daze. Although she heard the word clearly, her brain felt like it had been muddled. She had no idea what it meant. She instinctively retorted, yes means yes, no means no. What does it have to do with being worthy? Lu Jin lowered his head and didn't speak for a long time. Gu Nianji was anxious, disappointed, and slightly aggrieved. Finally, she couldn't help but want to get out of bed. In the end, she overestimated her recovery. She felt her vision go black, and her limbs were completely out of control. With a bang, she rolled off the bed. She clutched her chest. Her face was pale from the pain, and sweat broke out on her forehead. Lu Jin was really frightened. He quickly rushed over to pick her up and put her on the special hospital bed. The monitoring devices attached to her chest, head, and wrists began to squeal. The colorful lights reflected each other in the ward, emitting rays of rainbow light. It was as if a rainbow had been set up in the room. It was extremely beautiful. Gu Nianji wasn't in the mood to appreciate such a beautiful scene. Her bright eyes were wide open, like two balls of black mercury soaked in white mercury. They were ethereal and clear as she quietly looked at Lu Jin's tense face. There was uncontrollable sadness and disappointment in her eyes. Are you okay? Don't move. I told you, you have to control yourself. You can't make such a big move. It will affect the recovery of your wound. Lu Jin's forehead was covered in sweat, and his face was terrifyingly pale. His hands were trembling slightly, but he didn't dare to look into Gu Nianji's eyes. Gu Nianji looked at the hair on his head and said softly, I was sent there by you and then kidnapped by them from the other world, right? Lu Jin nodded and half-knelt in front of Gu Nianji's bed. He slowly tucked her in with the thin blanket. In the other world, there's a Gu Xiangwen. He has a daughter named Gu Nianji. Lu Jin's body stiffened. He maintained the motion of tucking Gu Nianji in with his head lowered. He half-knelt there without moving. That Gu Xiangwen treats his daughter, Gu Nianji, very well. I heard that little Nianji has a bad temper and often gets into conflicts with others, but in that Gu Xiangwen's eyes, his daughter is perfect. He doesn't care if she has a good temper or if she's obedient. He loves his daughter wholeheartedly and unreservedly. In order to treat her, in order to let her grow up safely, he made a lot of arrangements and preparations. At that time, I really thought he was my father, a father who loved me more than I had imagined. Do you know how happy I used to be? Gu Nianji's tears fell without warning, but she didn't cry. She just shed tears. Actually, I'm living a very good life in that world. However, no matter how good my life is, I know that the people who treat me well are not my parents. I used to not have any expectations or fantasies about my parents. I didn't understand why, but when I saw my classmates' parents' unreserved love for them, I realized what I was missing. I didn't have any expectations or fantasies about my parents. I didn't understand why, but when I saw my classmates' parents' unreserved love for them, I knew what I was missing. Gu Nianji closed her eyes as she thought of Hua Xiaoheng on the other side. Large droplets of tears rolled down her cheeks again, landing on the thin silk quilt and rolling down the special waterproof silk. Lu Jin lowered his head, and his tears fell uncontrollably. They mixed with Gu Nianji's tears and formed a faint water stain on the bed sheet. It wasn't until I came here that I realized that the Gu Xiangwen over there, the gentle, generous, and kind Gu Xiangwen, might not be my father. There must be another Gu Nianji over there, but she died before I got there, right? Because the corresponding bodies couldn't live in the same spacetime at the same time. The fact that she could get there safely was enough to prove that Gu Nianji was dead. Lu Ji nodded again and wiped his tears with the back of his hand. Gu Nianji took a deep breath and said slowly, I knew I wouldn't be so lucky. Such a good father doesn't belong to me. Lu Jin couldn't take it anymore. He knelt in front of Gu Nianji's bed and clutched the thin silk blanket tightly. His shoulders shook uncontrollably. He suppressed his sobs, but he couldn't control the pain in his heart. It was all his fault, it was all his fault. He was proud of his talent and arrogant. He even thought of himself as God. For the sake of scientific breakthroughs, he would do anything. But look at him, what had he done? How could he have the face to ask such a good girl to call him father? He really didn't deserve it. When he gave birth to her, did he have the slightest intention of treating her as a daughter? Gu Nianji didn't know what Lu Jin was thinking, but looking at him, she knew that he was extremely upset and guilty, but he still didn't want to admit that he was her father, Gu Xiangwen. Her disappointment had reached its peak, and anger gradually appeared in her eyes. If that's the case, then why did you come to my side? You've already sent me away, and I don't remember anything. Why did you have to do this? Lu Jin stopped crying and shook his head desperately in a hoarse voice. No, it's not like that. I just wanted to see you, see me. You only dare to hide under the Lion King mask to look at me. You lied to me to call you father. Gu Nianji used all her strength to push Lu Jin's head away. You just don't want me. None of you want me. Why did you give birth to me? Lu Jin looked up abruptly and saw Gu Nianji's tear-streaked face. Her big black and white eyes were filled with despair and grief. He pounced on her and held her hand. His lips trembled, and he choked for a long time before he said, Nianji, I'm sorry. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and let the tears fall from the corners of her eyes into her hair. She muttered, you finally admit that you're my father. Why? Why don't you want me? Why is it so hard to get you to admit that you're my father? Her voice was filled with disappointment and exhaustion. It was as if she had reached the end of a marathon and was completely exhausted. Lu Jin hadn't expected Gu Nianji to be so smart. She was smarter than he had imagined. After only a few interactions, she had guessed that he was her father. But to be honest, he wasn't ready to acknowledge her, but she was too powerful. Every word was like 50,000 volts striking his heart. He couldn't control himself at all. Let those worries go to hell. Since his daughter was so brave, he couldn't let her down again. Lu Jin sorted out his thoughts and pulled out a tissue from the bedside table in front of the hospital bed. As he wiped Gu Nianji's tears, he said, "Yes, I'm your father, Gu Xiangwen. I'm not as gentle, kind, and gentle as Gu Xiangwen over there. I've disappointed you." Gu Nianji, she opened her eyes and glared at him. "Do you think I'm disappointed because of that? Isn't it?" Lu Jin rubbed his hands together awkwardly and knelt upright. He forced himself to look at Gu Nianji. "I have interpersonal disorder. I don't know how to be a person. I only know how to do experiments. I have a bad temper and often offend people. They all say I'm crazy. I'm indeed crazy academically, so crazy that it's beyond your imagination. And I'm also a wanted criminal. I have a murder case on my hands. Most importantly, when I gave birth to you, I didn't treat you as a daughter. To me, in the beginning, you were just an experiment. But later, you grew up day by day in front of my eyes. You would look at me and smile. When I fed you formula, you would hold the bottle and drink it with relish. You were very easy to raise. Every day, you ate, drank, and defecated as regularly as a baby rearing textbook. When I was doing experiments, you would open your eyes wide and look at me. Sometimes, when you were bored, you would eat your own hand. When I told you not to eat, you would giggle at me and take your little hand out of your mouth. Then, when you thought I couldn't see, you would secretly stuff your little hand into your mouth. When I drew your blood and bone marrow, you were in pain, but you didn't cry. You just looked at me in confusion, thinking I was playing a game with you. You were so cute that I gradually forgot that you were just an experiment subject. I began to realize that you weren't an experiment subject. You were a living person. You were my, Gu Xiangwen's, biological daughter. I couldn't help crying when I extracted your bone marrow, but you used your little hand to wipe my tears and even blew on me. You promised me that Nianji would be very good and that Daddy wouldn't cry. You were only 2 years old at that time. Not long after, I had a major breakthrough in my research on magnetic fields. I left the biological genetic laboratory and handed you over to the wrong person. 4 years later, I came back and saw you at the age of 6. It's all my fault. I made you suffer for 4 years. Finally, he looked at Gu Nianji eagerly and asked very uneasily, "Such an irresponsible Gu Xiangwen, such a father who can die, do you still want me?" This is the second reward update for today, Chapter 1551, Do You Still Want Me? A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday, especially recommendation votes. The first update of 100,000 Chidian coins for the leader of I Am Master Rashi in March has arrived. Good night, my little angels. Chapter 1563. Gu Nianji looked at Lu Jin quietly, as if she was listening to something that had nothing to do with her. She thought that she had forgotten everything that had happened before she was 12 years old. Her memory had started from the day she met Hu Xiaoheng. But she listened to everything Lu Jin said. He carefully memorized every single word. That was when she was young. Although she didn't remember it, it didn't stop her from piecing together her childhood from other people's stories. Looking at Lu Jin's guilty and eager face, Gu Nianji let out a shallow sigh. She reached out and reached for the tissue on the bedside table. She took it and gently wiped Lu Jin's face. She wiped the tears off his face, just like when she was young. She asked, "Then are you my father or not?" Lu Jin was stunned for a moment, then nodded repeatedly. "Of course I'm your father. Half of your genes come from me. I'm definitely your biological father." Gu Nianji curled her lips and continued to ask. "Then, do you treat me as your biological daughter?" She asked calmly, but there was a faint light in the depths of her eyes. "Of course." Lu Jin became excited. "I'm not lying to you. When you were born, I didn't treat you as my daughter. But as you grew up by my side, I knew that my experiment had failed. The day you called me father for the first time, I swore that I would never do such an experiment again. Because you're human, and so am I. I'm not God. I have no right to use a person's life as an experiment, not even to save another person's life. Everyone only has one life. Only we can decide how we should choose our lives and how we should live them. I have no right to make choices for others, even if this person is my biological child." These things had been weighing on Lu Jin's heart for many years. Now that Nianji had grown up, he could finally tell her everything. He didn't tell her the truth to ask for her forgiveness. Lu Jin knew that what he had done was not worthy of forgiveness. He lay in front of Gu Nianji's bed and cried uncontrollably. "Nianji, it's my fault. It was all my fault from beginning to end. If I hadn't agreed, if I hadn't been curious, if I had known what to do and what not to do, you wouldn't have suffered so much." Although Gu Nianji had been very angry before, she was angry that Lu Jin had refused to acknowledge her. She had no memory of Lu Jin using her for an experiment. She only remembered hearing Qin Yaoguang say that she had been born to treat He Jichu's congenital genes. Gu Nianji had no qualms about saving He Jichu's life. As long as the He family didn't imprison her, restrict her personal freedom, or force her to be with He Jichu, she wouldn't have any resentment. So she patted Lu Jin on the shoulder and said kindly, "All right, don't cry. I'm not blaming you for saving other people's lives. Actually, it's nothing. When I was there, I saw Hu Xiao and the others often donate blood. Some people even volunteer to donate bone marrow. By the way, I also used my bone marrow to save Ms. Song's life so that she could recover and become a powerful high-energy physicist again. Look, what you've done isn't completely useless." Gu Nianji perked up and comforted Lu Jin. Lu Jin's crying stopped abruptly. He slowly raised his head and looked at Gu Nianji. He said nervously, "Really, you really don't blame me?" "I blame you." Gu Nianji didn't want to forgive him so quickly. She smiled like a little fox. "But I blame you as a daughter. As for using me for an experiment, it was also to save people. The merits offset the demerits, so I don't blame you for that." Lu Jin looked at her with a complicated expression and suddenly understood where her optimism came from. Because she didn't have any memories from before she was 12 years old, she had no idea what had happened in the 4 years after he left. Before she was 2 years old, Gu Nianji had been raised by Lu Jin alone. He was the leader of this experiment, and he was much more skilled than others. Therefore, when Gu Nianji was with him, the most painful part was when her bone marrow was extracted in the beginning. But very quickly, with his improvements, he was able to extract the key repair genes without any pain or side effects. But after he left, Lu Jin clenched his fists. He really hadn't expected that woman to be so ruthless. "What's wrong?" Gu Nianji looked at Lu Jin's still conflicted and guilty expression, and her heart skipped a beat. "Are you hiding something from me?" Lu Jin opened his mouth, his face pale. Gu Nianji's heart sank as well. Her eyes darkened as she looked at Lu Jin and took a deep breath. "Come on, I'll tell you everything today." If you say half of it and hide half of it, I'll have to suffer twice. Lu Jin closed his eyes and wiped his face with a tissue. He said in a nasal voice, After I swore not to do this kind of experiment again, I destroyed all the data and information related to you. In the end, I made you suffer even more. What do you mean? Gu Nianji was puzzled. You destroyed all the data and information for my own good? I understand that, but why did it make me suffer even more? Lu Jin didn't dare open his eyes. He buried his face in the tissue and said vaguely, It was because I destroyed all the data that you suffered so much during the 4 years I was away. Speak clearly. Gu Nianji's bright eyes were like the blue sky that had been washed by water. You destroyed the data, so why did I suffer? Lu Jin lowered his head even more, wishing he could lie on the ground. Someone wanted the data. But because I destroyed it, she had to do the experiment all over again. Of course I wouldn't give it to her, and I didn't leave any clues. I thought that she would be at her wit's end. In the end, I underestimated her desire and greed for the data. Without my correct guidance, she used the cruelest method to measure the data of your physique and genetic changes. Gu Nianji's face was pale as she listened to Lu Jin slowly recount the injuries she had suffered when she was young. What kind of life had she lived from the age of 2 to 6? Being locked in a cage in the laboratory, she was really like a lab rat. Physical resistance experiments, chemical nerve reflex experiments, toxicological experiments, immunity experiments, just hearing the name made Gu Nianji tremble uncontrollably. She had never imagined that someone could be crazy to this extent. Who used me for this kind of experiment? Gu Nianji's face was livid. She had thought that the so-called experiment on her was just as Lu Jin had said, to draw blood and bone marrow. She hadn't expected kindness to limit her imagination. Who is she? Is it a man or a woman? Gu Nianji asked the person who used her as a lab rat. Although she didn't have the memories of her childhood, it didn't stop her from avenging Gu Nianji, who was too young to protect herself. She was a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Anyone who did such a heinous thing, whether they were scientists or mentally retarded, would have to pay the legal price. Lu Jin raised his head again and looked at her with a complicated expression. He looked at her face, and his gaze fell on her exquisite and perfect lips. Lu Jin froze for a moment. Is it that B*tch Qin Yaoguang? Gu Nianji looked at Lu Jin and guessed that it was most likely her. This was because Qin Yaoguang's obsession with using her as an experiment had not only not disappeared, but had become even more intense. On the first day she had arrived in this world, she had been targeted by Qin Yaoguang and had tried every means possible to remove her memories. At that time, she had felt that something was wrong, so she had fought back with all her might and even used the opportunity to cut Qin Yaoguang's hands. Now that she thought about it, she should have cut Qin Yaoguang's neck. Gu Nianji bared her teeth. She thought she was very fierce, but in fact, she was like a little kitten that had gone berserk. She was not intimidating at all. Lu Jin smiled bitterly. You guessed it. Other than her, I can't think of anyone else who would be so crazy. Gu Nianji rubbed her temples. What's so good about her? Why did you have eyes for her? Lu Jin, he didn't want to explain at first, but seeing how much Gu Nianji hated Qin Yaoguang, he told the truth. I didn't like her, but because of the law, we couldn't use other people's sperm and egg cells as fertilized eggs for experiments, so we could only use our own sperm and egg cells. That way, the law wouldn't be able to control it. Gu Nianji's eyes flashed, and her eyelashes fluttered as fast as the wings of a butterfly. The law. Is there a law that governs this? Yes. Lu Jin nodded honestly. He Jichu's mother, Qin Suwen, strongly opposed us doing this experiment. She even invoked the relevant law to prohibit scientists from using other people's sperm and egg cells for embryo experiments. I was the one who suggested it. What if we used scientists' own sperm and egg cells for embryo experiments? Many lawyers said that the law didn't prohibit this. So Qin Yaoguang and I used our own sperm and egg cells to synthesize fertilized eggs. Lu Jin paused and looked away guiltily. Gu Nianji frowned and dug at the blanket with one hand. She said unhappily, even so, don't expect me to treat Qin Yaoguang as my mother. Of course not. Lu Jin blurted out. How can someone like her be your mother? That's good. Gu Nianji nodded nonchalantly. As long as you don't have feelings for her, I won't have any burden dealing with her. She didn't have the slightest thought that she couldn't disobey her because she was her biological mother. She just didn't want to hurt Lu Jin's heart. Now that she knew that Lu Jin had no feelings for Qin Yaoguang from beginning to end, it would be easier. You want to deal with her. But Lu Jin became anxious. Nianji, don't do anything rash. She has the He family's help and the Qin family's support. I've hidden my identity for so many years and have the Lu Corporation's support, but I'm still no match for them. Gu Nianji held his hand and blurted out, Dad, don't worry. I have a way. You're better than me at experiments. But I'm better than you at fighting people with the law. When Lu Jin heard the word Dad, his entire body trembled. It was like the sound of nature, and he giggled foolishly. So much so that he reflexively repeated the rest of his words, You want to use the law to fight people, yes. Gu Nianji smiled slyly and mockingly. They went through so much trouble to get me here. If I don't teach them an unforgettable lesson, how can I repay their painstaking efforts? The little girl who couldn't protect herself and allowed Qin Yaoguang to be locked in a cage as a guinea pig had grown up. She wanted to seek justice for her past self. This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1552, I want to deal with her. Reminder, monthly votes and recommendation votes. We'll continue to reward and update at 8 p.m. P.S. Thank you, Momo Moshi, for the 50,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1564. After Gu Nianji made this decision, her gaze gradually softened, and she felt a little better. She had to quickly recuperate and recover completely before she could go after that woman. Now, she looked at Lu Jin, who was still giggling, and asked softly, Dad, how much do you remember about my childhood? Lu Jin couldn't stop smiling as he immersed himself in his memories. I remember everything. The first time you cried when you were born, the first mouthful of formula, the first time you changed your diaper. 3 black lines appeared on Gu Nianji's forehead, and she quickly stopped him. Stop. Stop. There's no need to be so detailed. She mumbled. Don't I want face? But I remember everything. Lu Jin folded his hands in front of his chest and looked pious. I've recorded the speed at which you grew every day, your height, your head circumference, your weight, and your IQ. You've always been a very healthy baby. You've far surpassed your peers in all aspects, especially your weight. Gu Nianji, thank you. She didn't want to know that her weight was off the charts when she was young. Okay, I believe you. Gu Nianji pursed her lips. You can forget some memories, such as my weight when I was young. There's no need for unimportant things to occupy a place in your brain. It doesn't take up much space. Lu Jin was puzzled. It was just a few numbers. How much space could it take up? But seeing his daughter's unhappy expression, he nodded decisively. Okay, I'll listen to you. I've forgotten all about it. I don't remember Nianji's weight when she was young. Gu Nianji, she didn't want to continue the topic. She rolled her eyes and reached out to touch Lu Jin's face. Dad, why do you look like this? Did you disguise yourself? Lu Jin was slightly taken aback. Why do you ask? I've seen Gu Xiangwen's photo over there. Logically speaking, you should look exactly like him. On the other side, Gu Xiangwen was suave, elegant, and handsome. Looking at Lu Jin's unattractive face, Gu Nianji refused to admit that her face complex was acting up. Lu Jin touched his face. Isn't this face good? It's so ordinary that no one would recognize me if I walked into a crowd. But you're not going to be a spy. Why do you have to be so ordinary? Gu Nianji didn't understand. Can you show me your original appearance? Lu Jin held Gu Nianji's hand and placed it on the side of his face. He said, Nianji, this is how I look now. I didn't disguise myself. I had plastic surgery. Gu Nianji, Lu Jin was overjoyed when he remembered something. He reminded Gu Nianji, don't call me dad in front of outsiders in the future. I won't go back to my name, Gu Xiangwen. Why do you need plastic surgery? Why not revert to its original name? Is it because you're wanted? Gu Nianji suddenly understood. About your case, if it's convenient, can you tell me about it? Anyway, I'm recuperating now and have nothing else to do. If I have nothing better to do, I can overturn the verdict. Lu Jin, he suddenly felt that his daughter was so amazing. He looked at Gu Nianji with bright, piercing eyes that were practically glowing. He also wouldn't find an excuse to fool Gu Nianji. He muttered, being wanted is one of the reasons. The more important reason is that my face was burned in the fire. Gu Nianji immediately thought of the car accident and fire when she was 12 years old, and her nose instantly turned sour. Although this man's original intentions for giving birth to her weren't honorable, he had done a much better job than many men who had given birth openly. At that moment, Gu Nianji completely forgave her father. Why are you so stupid? Why didn't you just come with me? Gu Nianji held Lu Jin's hand and placed it on her face lovingly. If we went together, I wanted to too. Lu Jin nodded honestly. But we didn't have that much energy. The energy we had stored at that time was only enough to send one person over. Gu Nianji. At that moment, under the streetlights outside the Consulate General of the Soviet Union in Xi City of the Huaxia Empire, a handsome man with picturesque features stood there. He was wearing a Soviet tweed military jacket, and his head was half lowered. A Soviet-style wide-brimmed military cap was pressed low on his head. No one knew that he had two Bluetooth headsets in his ears, and he was listening to the bug he had planted in Gu Nianji's penthouse apartment. He had only been in that room for a short time, but it was enough for him to plant too many bugs under Gu Nianji's pillow and on the edge of her clothes. His expression was cold and cold. Some of the women who saw his handsome looks and wanted to come over to strike up a conversation were scared away by his aura before they could even get close to him. Mr. Peter, it's late. Do you want to go back and rest? A consulate staff member walked over carefully and invited him in. This man was the ace of the Far East, Peter. His Chinese name was Hu Xiaoheng. He lowered his eyelashes and responded in Russian, then turned around and walked into the consulate. He Jichu left Gu Nianji's penthouse apartment and returned to his base in Xi City. This place was very close to Gu Nianji's apartment, but it was He Jichu's first time here. He got someone to get the key and went to the dormitory assigned to him to take a look. It was a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room house. It wasn't small, but it wasn't very lively. There was only basic furniture in the house, and there were no unnecessary decorations. He didn't mind. He went to the bathroom to take a shower first. When he came out, he saw that there were several missed calls on his phone. They were all from his father, He Qingjian. He was looking for his father. Gu Nianji's condition had stabilized, so he was in the mood to deal with this matter. He bent down to take out a bottle of mineral water from the fridge and drank it. He took out his phone and called. Chu, where are you now? He Qingjian saw that he had finally picked up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. Dean Qin is looking for Ninji everywhere. I heard you took her away. He Jichu's heart skipped a beat, and his cold voice sank. Why is she looking for Ninji? What else can she do? This woman is crazy. He Qingjian frowned. She insists that Ninji won't be able to live and wants to use her body as an experiment. He Jichu spat out a mouthful of water. She's really crazy. Using Ninji's body as an experiment. She'd better prepare a coffin for herself first. He Jichu wiped the water off his face. He Jichu didn't want to mention Qin Yaoguang. He asked He Qingjin coldly, I don't want to talk about unrelated people. I want to ask you, why did you attack Peter? Why did you force Ninji to be the bait? It was an accident. He Qingjian stood by his decision. My target has always been Hu Shaoheng of the Soviet Union. I never wanted to take Ninji's life. As for her taking the initiative to take the bullet for him, are you really not sad at all? Don't change the subject. He Jichu lit a cigarette and took a puff. I won't let this matter go. General He, you'd better give me an explanation. Ninji can't take the bullet for nothing. He Qingjian was silent for a moment before saying, what do you want? It's not what I want. He Jichu tossed the lighter in his hand up and down. His voice was cold. I want someone to take responsibility. You claimed that your target was Peter, and I believed it. But why did the person who fired the shot hit Ninji in the end? Wasn't it because she took the bullet for someone else? You saw her pounce on him, and you still wanted to shoot. He Jichu kicked away the coffee table in front of the sofa and paced around the room angrily. What kind of sniper is this? You can pull him out and shoot him. He Qingjian's expression changed. You want to shoot him? Do you know who he is? I don't care who he is. The sniper hit the wrong target and caused huge damage. If he doesn't take responsibility, who will? He Jichu stood in front of the window and looked at the bare branches in front of the window. His mood was even worse. Who is it? Hand him over. Qin Jining. You want to shoot him too? He Qingjian hung up the phone after saying that. He Jichu. In the office of the Military Supreme Council in the imperial capital, He Qingjian sat quietly for a while. He still couldn't calm down. He felt his heart beating faster and faster. He quickly took out his medicine and swallowed it with water. As soon as the medicine took effect, he received a top-secret call from the Magnetic Field Observation Team. General He, we have observed the movements of the other side. They are continuing to experiment. The latest video has been sent to the military's top-secret email. He Qingjian quickly turned on his computer, entered his biological password, and opened the military's top-secret email. In this email, the people from the other world were preparing to conduct another magnetic resonance experiment. At a glance, he saw a few people he had seen through the video before, especially Hu Shaoheng. He was dressed in casual clothes and had his head lowered as he spoke to their high-energy physicist, the incomparably beautiful Song Jining. He Qingjian relaxed and immediately said to his magnetic field observation team, continue monitoring and see the results of their experiment. The location of the other party's experiment was at the intersection of the Third Ring Road and the imperial capital. He Qingjian knew that they had also activated the magnetic resonance there more than 2 months ago to bring Gu Nianji over. It seemed that the other party had also chosen this place. He Qingjian's heart skipped a beat. He immediately made another call and sent many people to monitor the intersection of the Third Ring Road and the imperial capital from all angles. At that time, even if the other party succeeded in the experiment and sent people over, they would not die under the laws of physics. They would also be able to kill those who did not have a corresponding body immediately. As for Hu Shaoheng on the other side, He Qingjian no longer cared about him at all. He didn't even care about the ace of the Far East on this side. If the other side was destined to come over, then he would let both sides suffer. At this moment, he finally believed that the ace of the Far East, Huashaoheng, was indeed the KGB's Huashaoheng on their side, and not the Major General Hua on the other side. This was the second update of the day, Chapter 21, Everything Depends on You. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second update of the 100,000 Chidian coins awarded to the leader of I Am Master Rashi in March has arrived. Good night, big brothers, little angels. Chapter 1565. If he had seen this 2 days earlier, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to kill the ace of the Far East. He Qingjian shook his head with emotion. It was a pity that Nianji had suffered. However, He Qingjian still felt very uncomfortable when he thought about how Gu Nianji would rather take the bullet for a stranger than be with He Jichu. He would just treat it as a lesson to her. He Qingjian snorted coldly, looked at his phone, and blocked Qin Yaoguang's number. Qin Yaoguang had called He Qingjian many times that day, but all of them were unavailable. No matter how slow she was, she knew that He Qingjian was prejudiced against her. Perhaps he had already blocked her number. Her heart ached, but there was nothing she could do for the time being. The most important thing now was to find Gu Nianji. Whether she was dead or alive, she had to be in front of her eyes. If she wasn't in their world, then there was nothing she could do. But now that she was back, she couldn't let her escape again. Qin Yaoguang's heart burned when she thought about the experiment she had stopped for more than 10 years. Ever since Gu Nianji was sent to the He family by that lunatic, Gu Xiangwen, when she was 6 years old, her experiment had been on hold. Even if she had the guts, she wouldn't dare to do anything under the He family's nose, so she could only give up. Later, Gu Nianji disappeared from the He family and went to another world. Qin Yaoguang had no choice but to give up. She had thought that she wouldn't be able to wait for that day, but she hadn't expected Gu Nianji to court death and return to their world. Then she wouldn't stand on ceremony. Qin Yaoguang closed her eyes and planned. Before she could make a full plan, her private plane had already landed at Sea City Airport. As soon as she got off the plane, she received a call from Wen Shuyi. Auntie Qin, have you been busy lately? What can I help you with? Wen Shuyi asked fawningly. Qin Yaoguang heard Wen Shuyi's voice and her expression relaxed slightly. She smiled and said, "You're still awake so late. What's the matter?" "I can't sleep. You're not in the capital, so I can't even eat well." Wen Shuyi tried her best to please Qin Yaoguang. Qin Yaoguang couldn't stop smiling. "All right, I know you have a sweet mouth. Tell me, what exactly do you want?" "It's like this." Qin Jining was suddenly arrested by General He's military police. "I heard that he was going to be shot. Do you know what happened?" Wen Shuyi didn't want to get involved in this matter, but Qin Jining had been chasing after her for so many years. She would help him if she could. "I don't know." Qin Yaoguang had never paid attention to Qin Suwen's relatives. "It might be better if you ask General He yourself." Wen Shuyi saw that Qin Yaoguang wasn't interested in this topic, so she quickly changed the topic. "Auntie Qin, I heard that Nianji is doing very well in Sea City. Hee, her good days have come to an end." Qin Yaoguang rolled her eyes in disdain. "She was seriously injured. I don't know where He Jichu hit her to recuperate." "Seriously injured?" Wen Shuyi's eyes lit up. "How did you get injured?" Young master, he had protected her flawlessly. How could she be injured? Who's so powerful? TSK, she doesn't want to live anymore. Otherwise, who do you think could break through General He and Major General He's double protection and injure her? Qin Yaoguang sat in her car and exhaled as she looked at the stars in the sky. It was late at night in Sea City at the end of November. She doesn't want to live anymore. Isn't young Master He good enough for her? What else does she want? To tie young Master He to her skirt. When Shi also pursed her lips. She felt that Gu Nianji was a proper green tea bitch. She pretended not to care about the privilege that others couldn't get even if they begged for it. She was both a demon and courting death. She just wanted to attract other people's attention. Those men all fell for this. She was just an attention whore. The little bitch who treated herself as the center of the world. Qin Yaoguang covered her mouth and laughed. Shi, your words are too revealing. Pay attention to your demeanor and temperament. I'm very careful. When Shi faced the mirror and made an elegant ballet salute. Auntie Qin, you've raised me with the standards of a lady in high society since I was young. This kind of upbringing has already penetrated into my bones. Yes, I know you've been obedient since you were young. Qin Yaoguang nodded in satisfaction. 8 years ago, you were only 18 years old, and you helped me a lot. If that lunatic hadn't suddenly interfered, the He family would be ours now. When Shi's eyes sparkled when she thought of Gu Nianji's grand 12th birthday party 8 years ago. Looking at herself in the mirror, her face was like a silver plate, her eyes were like water apricots, and her fair skin was flawless. Her bearing, temperament, and demeanor were all top-notch. However, in He Jichu's eyes, she had never been able to compare to Gu Nianji. Auntie Qin, if you need me, I can help you again like I did 8 years ago, when Shi said implicitly. This world belonged to her. What right did Gu Nianji have to come back and snatch her things? She wanted to pluck her peaches. Let's see if she had such a good life. After hanging up the phone, when Shi looked at her calm face in the mirror and slowly revealed a gentle, respectful, and humble smile. Qin Yaoguang closed her eyes in the car and took a nap. When she woke up, she was already at the entrance of her villa. The driver opened the car door for her, and the villa servants came over to help her carry her luggage and invited her in. Qin Yaoguang pondered this matter as she walked. If she couldn't find He Jichu, she could look for Lu Yuan. According to the people at West Camp Hospital, Lu Yuan and He Jichu had taken Gu Nianji away together. It was already late at night, and there was no time to look for Lu Yuan. Early the next morning, she would personally go to the Lu Corporation's headquarters to stop Lu Yuan. The weather the next day was especially good. The sun was bright and clear, and the blue sky was endless. There wasn't even a single cloud. On both sides of the street, the maple trees were fiery red, and the ginkgo trees were golden. They were colorful, decorating the rows of tall buildings. Qin Yaoguang was wearing a black Givenchy sleeveless, one-collar dress. She wore a necklace of natural pearls from the South Sea around her elegant neck, and a champagne-colored Chanel cocoon-shaped thin wool coat. She wore a large Chanel sunglasses on her face to cover the injury on her face. She combed her hair into a bun and walked gracefully into the lobby on the first floor of the Lu Corporation's building. The office director of the Jean Corporation law firm, Xiao Zhang, happened to rush over. When she saw the back of the person in front of her, she subconsciously called out cheerfully, "Lawyer Gu. You're back." She jogged over and patted the person on the shoulder with a smile. "This dress is so beautiful, but it's a little old-fashioned. It doesn't suit you. You can wear it when you're in your 70s or 80s. Before she could finish speaking, the person turned around and looked at her expressionlessly. Her voice was even colder than the ice of the extreme north. "Take your hand away." Xiao Zhang was shocked. She quickly nodded and apologized. I'm sorry. I mistook you for someone else. This person was Qin Yaoguang. Mistook me for someone else. You mistook me for someone else just by looking at my back. Are you blind? Qin Yaoguang had always had a good temper in front of outsiders, but this time, this person actually violated her taboo twice in a row. The first time, she said that she was old. The second time, she said that she mistook her for someone else by looking at her back. It was understandable that women didn't want to be called old. However, mistaking someone for someone else by looking at their back was her sore spot. Xiao Zhang was also a sharp-tongued person. Although it was her fault for mistaking someone else for someone else, it wasn't to the point of being scolded, right? It's because I looked at their back that I mistook them for someone else. If I looked at their front, how could I have mistaken them for someone else? When Xiao Zhang saw that the elevator had arrived, she jumped into the elevator with a whoosh. Before the elevator door closed, she said crisply, "Auntie, don't be so unforgiving. My friend is younger, prettier, smarter, and more polite than you. It's really insulting to say that your back is similar to hers. It's my fault. I'll call her to apologize when I get back." "Shut up." Qin Yaoguang was furious, but by the time she rushed up, the elevator door had already closed and was going up. "Who is this person? Get me the surveillance footage. I want to find her boss. I want her to leave." Qin Yaoguang's eyes were red. She rushed up relentlessly and insisted on making life difficult for a small employee. Her assistant saw that the situation wasn't right, so she quickly pulled her and whispered, "Dean Qin, there are people everywhere this morning. If you want to find trouble with that person, you have to wait until there are fewer people." It was only then that Qin Yaoguang realized that she was surrounded by employees who had come to work in the morning. They looked at her curiously, feeling that her outfit didn't fit in with them. "That's right. You're wearing a dress that's enough to attend an 18-year-old girl's coming-of-age ball. Wouldn't you be as eye-catching as a monkey in a zoo if you appeared in an office building filled with high-tech companies?" She blushed and turned her head hatefully. "Let's go." She led her subordinates into the Qin Corporation's exclusive elevator and went upstairs. Not long ago, the Qin Corporation had just reached a cybersecurity cooperation agreement with the Lu Corporation. They had even rented a few floors of the Lu Corporation's building as an office building and stored their servers. When they arrived at the Qin Corporation's floor, Qin Yaoguang's anger had not subsided. She angrily walked into an idle office of the Qin Corporation and said coldly, "Go find Lu Yuan and tell him that I want to see him." "Dean Qin, you have to make an appointment to see President Lu," her secretary said awkwardly. Her head was about to drop to the ground. "There's no need to make an appointment." Qin Yaoguang took off her coat and sat down behind her desk. "Just tell him that I'm here to look for my daughter and ask him to hand her over. Otherwise, I'll call the police immediately." "Huh?" The secretary was shocked. "Dean Qin, are you serious? When have I ever joked?" Qin Yaoguang took out her laptop without even raising her head. "Just tell him exactly what happened." "Yes, Dean." The secretary didn't dare to refuse anymore and quickly went to call Lu Yuan's office. There were 3 junior secretaries in Lu Yuan's office who were dedicated to answering the phone. Originally, the formal process was to first make a phone call to explain the situation, then the junior secretary would report it according to the priority, and then Lu Yuan's intermediate secretary would handle it first. The rest that couldn't be handled would be handed over to Lu Yuan for review. Lu Yuan agreed to meet before asking the secretary to make another appointment. Qin Yaoguang's secretary's phone call was extraordinary. It quickly reached Lu Yuan because the content was too shocking. The junior secretary who answered the phone couldn't help but gossip. At the risk of being fired, she held a cup of coffee in the pantry and began to talk mysteriously to the person in front of her. "Hey, did you know? Someone called this morning and said that our CEO Lu detained her daughter last night." "Really? Really? What kind of girl can catch our CEO Lu's eye? She seems to have quite a background." The director of the Qin Corporation, the daughter of the director of the Qin Corporation's private hospital system. Huh? As expected. I knew it. How could she be a girl from an ordinary family if she could catch CEO Lu's eye? Fairy tales are all lies. Cinderella doesn't exist at all. Are you retarded? If you don't know anything, you should read more. Cinderella is a girl from an ordinary family. She's also the daughter of an aristocrat. It's just that she lost her biological mother, so she was forced to become Cinderella by her stepmother. But her father is a proper aristocrat. It only took less than 5 minutes for Qin Yaoguang's secretary to call to pre-threaten Lu Yuan to pick up Qin Yaoguang's phone. However, this rumor about Cinderella had already been spread several times from the highest floor to the lowest floor of the Lu Corporation's network system. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1554, The Rumor of Cinderella. A reminder to everyone about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. He thought that he didn't need to add more updates today, but seeing that the monthly votes had already reached 2,500, he had to add more updates. The monthly votes and updates would be given at 8 p.m. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1566. When Lu Yuan picked up the phone, he already knew that he was having a scandal with the daughter of the director of the Qin family's private hospital. He frowned and said, "Dean Qin, your secretary's phone call just now has caused me a lot of trouble. It's enough to slander me. I think you should give me an explanation and apologize publicly. Otherwise, we'll have to see each other in court." Qin Yaoguang was so angry that she laughed. "President Lu, you're really the villain. I haven't said anything yet, and you're already accusing me. Fine, go ahead and sue. It's just a lawsuit. Who's afraid of who? But before you go to court, shouldn't you hand over my daughter first?" Lu Yuan pretended to be surprised, and even raised his voice slightly. "Dean Qin, where did you get this from? I thought your secretary was talking nonsense, but now it seems that this rumor and slander started from you." Qin Yaoguang choked on his words and said impatiently, "Stop talking nonsense. I've been to West Camp Hospital and know that you and young master he took my daughter away. She's seriously injured and unconscious, and she's incapacitated. As her only immediate family member, I have the legal authority to make decisions for her." Lu Yuan became serious. "Dean Qin, what do you mean?" "Yes, I went to West Camp Hospital to see Lawyer Gu, but she wasn't seriously injured and unconscious, so I don't agree with what you said about her being incapacitated." "What?" Qin Yaoguang stood up and asked nervously, "She wasn't seriously injured and unconscious. Are you sure?" "Of course I'm sure." Lu Yuan calmly turned on his computer and found Qin Yaoguang's location through the phone system connected to his computer. "How is that possible?" Qin Yaoguang frowned. "That's impossible. I clearly heard brother he say that Nianji was hit by a heavy sniper rifle and was seriously injured and unconscious. Although she had entered the ward that night, she hadn't gone near Gu Nianji's bed, nor had she seen her condition with her own eyes. However, according to the hospital's medical staff, she had indeed been hit by a heavy sniper rifle, and He Zhichu had hired a particularly good cardiac surgeon for her to perform a perfect surgery." Qin Yaoguang rubbed the shadow on the side of her nose uncomfortably. Was there really a doctor who was that good? Even better than her? Before her hand had been cut by Gu Nianji, her hand had been the first knife in the field of surgery. Lu Yuan sighed. "I'm not sure about that. I was only doing Lawyer Jean a small favor that day and went to talk to Nianji on the way. I found out that she was injured and hospitalized, so I went to see her. But the people from West Camp Hospital saw you leave with young Master He and the others. Can you tell me where she is?" Qin Yaoguang's aura weakened. "President Lu, I'm really sorry. When I heard that Nianji was injured, my heart tightened. please understand a mother's heart. Dean Chin, what are you talking about? Of course I understand. Lu Yuan smiled slightly, and sexy lines appeared at the corners of his eyes. Dean Chin, you're really amazing. I've never heard that you had a daughter before. Now that you've appeared, your daughter has already grown up. Ha 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 ha, you don't have to worry about her. Qin Yaoguang smiled bitterly and nodded. I've embarrassed myself. She has been naughty since she was young, so she was sent away for a period of time. Now she has returned to my side. You know, children always have a rebellious period. Her rebellious period came relatively late. Oh. Lu Yuan nodded slowly. In that case, you still have to dispel the rumor. I have nothing to do with your daughter. How can I be a person if your secretary suddenly asks me this? Ha ha ha, President Lu, you still care about this? Qin Yaoguang snorted lightly. Women are usually more unlucky when it comes to this kind of thing. As a man, you're only adding icing on the cake. Ha, Dean Chin, you don't have to care about your daughter's reputation, but I care about my own reputation. I'm an innocent person, and I suddenly became a pervert who seduced young girls. Do you think I'll take this loss? Lu Yuan said this with a smile. It sounded like he was joking, but everyone knew that he wasn't joking at all. Qin Yaoguang obviously heard it as well. She bit her lip and finally said, all right, it's my fault. I'm a straightforward person. I'll say whatever I think. I was wrong. I'll apologize. I'll ask the secretary to talk to someone else. Hee, if you apologize personally and post it on our company's forum, I won't pursue this matter. Otherwise, we'll have to meet in court. Lu Yuan said unhurriedly, spinning a pen in his hand. Although we're business partners, business is business. I definitely won't suffer losses that I shouldn't. When had Qin Yaoguang ever been threatened like this? She suppressed her anger and continued, fine, I'll apologize personally, but can you tell me where Nianji is? I just want to take a look at her. She's seriously injured. I'm a doctor myself, and I'm also a doctor who's more knowledgeable about trauma. I can be of great help to her injuries. I hope you can understand. Lu Yuan still shook his head and said helplessly, Dean Chin, I admire your motherly heart. But Lu Mao really didn't know where Lawyer Gu was. You also know that young master he is very nervous about Lawyer Gu. He is fully responsible for Lawyer Gu. If you really want to know where Lawyer Gu is, you should go to young master he. I really don't know. That sounded like it. Qin Yaoguang was taking a step back and asking Lu Yuan. She also knew that the best way was to look for He Zhichu. But she didn't dare. He Zhichu's nervousness towards Gu Nianji made her very afraid. The father and son were the same. If they liked someone, they would love them so much that they forgot everything else. Their love was tyrannical and selfish. In their eyes, everyone else was just a passerby. Qin Yaoguang thought about what had happened back then and was a little absent-minded. She could have become the person who was doted on the most. It was because of her back that she lost to Qin Suwen. Qin Yaoguang's expression turned even uglier when she thought about how she had been mistaken for her back at the elevator door on the first floor of the building today. Lu Yuan worked in his office all morning. When it was lunchtime, he saw Qin Yaoguang's apology post on the forum. This matter was over. Before the employees of the Lu Corporation could get excited enough, a basin of cold water was poured over them. Immediately after, the junior secretary who had answered the phone and gossiped with others was also called to Lu Yuan's office. President Lu, I didn't mean it. I was just curious. Please forgive me this once. She begged in tears. This junior secretary had only worked for 2 years. She had graduated from a famous university, but her family did not have any background. In order to enter the Lu Corporation, she had worked hard for a long time before she had the honor of entering the Lu Corporation. She had also been promoted to the highest level as a junior secretary in the CEO's secretariat. Lu Yuan looked at her gently and said, "You're a secretary. As a secretary, you can't even abide by the basic ethics of a secretary. If I continue to let you in this position, it will be my negligence. But I won't do it in the future. Really? Please give me a chance." The junior secretary was terrified. I swear. This is unprofessional." Lu Yuan took out 2 agreements. "Sign it, and then you can leave automatically. This won't affect you finding another job in the future." This girl was still young, and Lu Yuan had never thought of killing her. But his company would never hire such a person. Regardless of whether this matter was true or not, as a secretary, it was a huge violation of the professional standards of a secretary to share what she had heard at work with the whole company. Today, she could say that the CEO was gossiping without punishment. Tomorrow, she could spread the company's trade secrets. The junior secretary cried for a long time, but Lu Yuan was unmoved. In the end, he had no choice but to sign 2 agreements. One was a letter of apology admitting that she had spread the contents of the work phone call to the whole company, and the other was a confidentiality agreement. The confidentiality agreement stipulated that she was not allowed to share the contents of her work phone call with other companies. Once discovered, she would demand a huge sum of compensation and bear legal liability. When the junior secretary saw these 2 agreements, all her unwillingness and resentment were finally put to rest. She quickly signed and immediately packed her things to leave. After settling the matters in the company, Lu Yuan left the company and went home. He first went back to his apartment. On the way, he sensed that someone was following him, so he took a few laps on the road and shook off the person following him before returning home. He went home and rested for a while. He took out some fresh meat and vegetables from the fridge, put them in a fresh keeping bag, and carried them to the apartment complex where Lu Jin and Gu Nianji lived. He had only made a simple disguise, but when he went out, no one recognized him. When he arrived at the penthouse apartment where Lu Jin and Gu Nianji lived, Lu Yuan rang the doorbell. Lu Jin saw from the monitor that it was Lu Yuan, so he happily opened the door. "You're finally here. We're starving to death." The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth twitched. "You dared to open the door without seeing who it was. Why didn't I see it clearly? Didn't you just make a simple disguise?" Lu Jin didn't hesitate to expose his disguise. Only a retard wouldn't be able to tell that you made a disguise. Lu Yuan thought of the retards he had encountered along the way and rubbed his chin with the back of his hand. "All right, I know you're amazing. Can I go in?" "Come in quickly. What are you going to cook today?" Lu Jin didn't know how to cook, but Lu Yuan was a good cook. "Isn't Nianji recuperating? I'll make her some food supplements to help her recover." Lu Yuan smiled as he placed the meat, eggs, vegetables, and ribs on the kitchen counter. Lu Jin looked at him as if he was looking at a retard. "Are you stupid? Food supplements are placebos. Do you think it's really useful? Nianji will recover as soon as possible, but not with food supplements, but with her own genetic repair ability." Lu Yuan, throwing away the vegetables in his hand, Lu Yuan said coldly, "If you're so capable, why don't you cook?" Lu Jin lowered his head. "Boss, I was wrong." Lu Yuan snorted. "You wash the vegetables first. I'll go check on Nianji." He left the kitchen and walked to the guest room on the first floor where Nianji was staying. Gu Nianji had already been pushed out of the secret room. She was lying on the bed in the guest room outside, looking at her phone. Lu Yuan remembered something. He took out his detector and started checking Gu Nianji's guest room. When he walked to the side of her bed, the detector in his hand suddenly hissed. Lu Yuan's expression changed. Someone installed a bug here. This is today's second monthly vote plus update, Chapter 1555, Boss, I was wrong. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Monthly votes of 2,500 plus updates have been sent. Good night, my little angels. Chapter 1567. Gu Nianji was engrossed in surfing the internet on her phone when she suddenly heard this. She realized that someone had come in. She put down her phone and blinked at the man in front of her. Then she said, "Listening device." Then she naturally thought of the KGB's ace of the Far East, Peter Huashaoheng. The only people who had been in this room were her, Lu Jin, Lu Yuan, He Zhichu, Secretary Lin, and the ace of the Far East. She was familiar with and trusted the others, but she wasn't familiar with Secretary Lin and the ace of the Far East. However, since Secretary Lin could be Lu Yuan's senior secretary, she must be able to gain his trust. Then, only the ace of the Far East was not familiar with anyone. Gu Nianji also remembered that the ace of the Far East had been sitting next to her bed at that time. Lu Yuan walked over, and the detector in his hand rang even louder. He turned on the signal jamming system and tested Gu Nianji's pillow. "There's something under your pillow," Lu Yuan said as he motioned for Gu Nianji to move aside. Gu Nianji didn't have the strength to lift herself up. She smiled wryly. "I'll try." She put out her hand and felt for a moment under her pillow, and felt something about the size of a small button. He took it out and handed it to Lu Yuan. "Look, is this it?" Lu Yuan could tell at a glance that this was a miniature bug. Judging from its style, it seemed to have quite a high function. He took it, and with a squeeze of his hand, the listening device was crushed into a lump of scrap metal. Gu Nianji, however, the detector in Lu Yuan's hand was still beeping. Could there be more than one bug? Lu Yuan frowned. "Who's so crazy?" Gu Nianji was embarrassed. She saw Lu Yuan wave the detector over her body and say, "I think it's on your clothes." Gu Nianji blushed. "Please go out first. I'll look for it." Lu Yuan turned on the detector's shield and placed it in her room. He turned around and walked out. He even closed the door for her. As soon as Lu Yuan left, Gu Nianji burrowed under the blanket and covered herself so tightly that not a single ray of light could penetrate. Then he ran his hand over his clothes. She was wearing a hospital gown that the nurse had changed her into during the operation. It was very fat and wide. She wasn't feeling well and couldn't move at will, but she could still move her arms in a small area. Relying on a pair of hands to feel the clothes, he finally found a similar oblate button on the corner of the hospital gown. The button was very light and thin, like a piece of metal. Moreover, its color had a certain color-changing function. It could blend in with the environment, so it was very difficult to be noticed. Gu Nianji could only find this bug on her body and nothing else, so she called Lu Yuan to come in. Lu Yuan's phone number had already been saved in Gu Nianji's phone when her law firm became the legal partner of the Lu Corporation. The phone she was using now was given to her by Lu Jin. It had restored her cloud system, and she had basically not lost anything from before. Lu Yuan received the call and pushed the door open. Gu Nianji held up the bug. "Look at this. I found it on the corner of my shirt." Lu Yuan walked over, took the bug, and crumpled it into a ball of scrap metal again. Then, he used the detector to check. Only then did the detector calm down. This proved that there were no other bugs. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "If there are more, I really can't do anything about it." After saying that, she looked at Lu Yuan thoughtfully and asked curiously, "CEO Lu, why did you think of using the detector to detect the bug?" Lu Yuan's face turned green. This girl was just like her father. Her mind went in a different direction than ordinary people. When an ordinary person encountered such a situation, wouldn't the first thing they thought of was who installed the bug? In the end, the girl asked him why he had thought of using the detector to detect the bug. Fortunately, Lu Yuan had dealt with Lu Jin's sudden problems many times, so he was very experienced. He quickly solved the problem with little effort and said casually, "This is a routine operation to guard against commercial spies. Our Lu Corporation is a big company, and we do cybersecurity. We fight with all kinds of hackers and commercial spies every minute. If we're not careful, we can lose hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions. No matter how slow you are, you have to learn to be smart." Gu Nianji, she had the illusion that she had been tricked. However, she could also tell that Lu Yuan was deliberately hiding it. This was someone else's privacy, so there was no need for her to get to the bottom of it. She laughed. CEO Lu is indeed the CEO of a big company. His vigilance is really good. Lu Yuan also looked at her with a smile. He changed the topic. Lawyer Gu also knows what to do. Otherwise, why wouldn't you care who placed the bug? Gu Nianji, talking to a smart person was really troublesome and laborious. Gu Nianji felt so tired. There are only a few people who have been here. Even your clothes were bugged, so it should have nothing to do with Secretary Lin. She didn't touch you. Lu Yuan looked at the two small metal balls in his hands and eliminated them one by one. These are two bugs made of the same material. They should have been placed by the same person. Gu Nianji's eyes drifted, and she didn't dare to look Lu Yuan in the eye. She didn't know if she should reveal Peter's true identity. Lu Yuan only knew that Peter was the deputy consul of the Soviet Union in Sea City, but he didn't know that he was from the KGB. But He Jichu knew. Once He Jichu found out about the bug, he would quickly link it to Peter. Gu Nianji was hesitating when she suddenly remembered that she had talked to Lu Jin about her childhood yesterday. Didn't that person hear everything? And her special physique. She had been experimented on when she was young. Thinking of this, Gu Nianji broke out in a cold sweat. She didn't want to attract the attention of the KGB. Or had the KGB already noticed her? Because the timing of the Ace of the Far East's appearance was too strange. At that moment, she even remembered that she had been chased in the Alps when she was in the other world and had coincidentally been saved by Reinitz. At that time, she thought it was luck, but later she realized that there weren't so many coincidences. They were all deliberate plans. Reinitz's target was her. Could it be that the KGB was also targeting her? Gu Nianji's expression darkened. Lawyer Gu, you really seem to know what to do. Lu Yuan looked at her thoughtfully and began to analyze to himself. Young master, he probably doesn't need to eavesdrop on you. He's completely devoted to you and won't use such a method. Then it can only be the Soviet deputy consul. And we all know that diplomats from all countries have a spy function, so could he have been sent by the KGB? Gu Nianji. That's amazing, President Lu. You could even guess that. Seeing Gu Nianji's big, expressive eyes looking over in surprise, Lu Yuan curled his lips. Looks like it's this deputy consul Peter. There's no time to lose. We have to do something to remedy the crisis. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. President Lu, you really don't show your true colors. You're so observant. It's a waste of your talent to be a businessman. You should be a judge and uphold justice, or you can be a spy. I guarantee that no one can be better than you. Ha 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 ha, Lawyer Gu, you flatter me. I'm just deducing from common sense, and I'm more careful than most people. Lu Yuan smiled happily. Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll go meet this deputy consul Peter. How could Gu Nianji not be worried? She hesitated for a moment and said, "No matter what, I saved his life, and he repaid me like this. I'd better ask him why he did it first." Lu Yuan thought about it and nodded. "That's fine too. Do you know how to contact him?" Gu Nianji said, "You can go online and find the phone number of the Soviet Consulate General and leave a message for him. That's the only way. I hope he won't go overboard on account of the fact that you saved his life." Lu Yuan found a box and put the 2 small metal balls in it. He placed it on Gu Nianji's bedside. "This box can block the signal. Keep it for now." After leaving Gu Nianji's room, Lu Yuan went to the kitchen to start cooking. Lu Jin had already washed and cut all the vegetables and meat. He was preparing the onions, ginger, garlic, and other seasonings. Seeing him come in, Lu Jin asked, "What's wrong? You look like something's wrong." "Yes. You didn't even know that Nianji's room was bugged?" Lu Yuan threw out a question out of the blue. Lu Jin was stunned and became nervous. "Bug? Who did it?" He had said a lot of secrets about Nianji yesterday. If someone heard it, the consequences would be unimaginable. "No, I have to take Nianji away from here immediately." Lu Jin didn't even prepare the dishes. He pulled off his cooking apron. "I have to take her abroad immediately." "Calm down." Lu Yuan stopped him. He walked over and turned on the stove. He put in the olive oil and started to heat the pot. "What's the use of going abroad? If you hadn't been too anxious when Nianji was brought over by He Qingjian and started an energy war with them, we wouldn't have run out of energy." Lu Jin tugged at his hair in frustration. "I just didn't want Nianji to fall into He Qingjian's hands. Who knew that they wouldn't let go and fought me for Nianji's coordinates?" In the end, both sides suffered losses. This was also the reason why Gu Nianji hadn't appeared in the imperial capital immediately. Instead, she had landed on Snake Island in the Caribbean Sea. "Yes, we're out of energy now, but they've suffered even more losses." Lu Yuan thought of the thrilling battle for the magnetic field coordinates when Gu Nianji came over, and his heart ignited with a long-lost pride. "We can be considered to have won with a small victory, 1 against 10. Worth it. You don't have to praise me. I know what I'm capable of." Lu Jin walked around the kitchen and said in distress, "But I confessed to Nianji about her childhood yesterday. Someone must have heard it. What should we do?" "Don't worry for now. I think Nianji knows what to do." Lu Yuan put the onions, ginger, and garlic into the pot and started to fry. He turned on the exhaust hood. "You can go out. I'm going to cook." Lu Jin left the kitchen worriedly and went to Gu Nianji's room. He said, "Nianji, we were careless yesterday." Gu Nianji said unhappily, "Those spies are everywhere. What's the use of being careful?" "You mean it was done by spies?" Lu Jin frowned. "Who? Could it be that Soviet Peter? I heard that the KGB of the Soviet Union is everywhere. But why would he do that?" Gu Nianji, although she was reluctant, she still nodded. "I want to call him over and ask him. After all, I saved his life. If he wants to repay my kindness with enmity, yes, I'd better kill him." This was today's first update, Chapter 1556, The Real Man Doesn't Show His Face. Reminder, monthly votes and recommendation votes. Rewards and updates will be given at 8 p.m. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1568. He was always talking about people dying. If Hua Xiaoheng, who was on the other side, heard this, he would definitely give her an ideological education. However, Lu Jin didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with Gu Nianji's words at all. Instead, he nodded repeatedly and agreed. Okay, if he has ulterior motives, then kill him. Seeing his serious expression, Gunyenji was shocked. He agreed to any of her suggestions without hesitation, completely disregarding whether it was right or wrong. Although she wasn't used to it, she felt very warm in her heart. Gunyenji pursed her lips and chuckled. He's very powerful. We were just talking about it. If I really wanted to kill him, why would I save him? Wouldn't I have suffered this injury for nothing? That's different. Lu Jin quickly shook his head. You saved him because you're kind-hearted and don't want to hurt the innocent. You killed him because he deserved it. Death cannot wipe out his crimes. Gunyenji, all right, she finally understood. Her father was the standard doting maniac, a staunch supporter of the two whatevers. He would support anything that his daughter supported. He would oppose anything that his daughter objected to. And there didn't seem to be any legal or moral boundaries in his mind. That's right. If he had that, he wouldn't have done such a crazy and bold thing, and she wouldn't have been born. Gunyenji suddenly felt that as a lawyer, she still needed to correct some of Lu Jin's incorrect ideas. For example, she could kill the ace of the Far East, but she couldn't use illegal methods. If she wanted to, she could legally kill him in 100 ways. A glint flashed across Gunyenji's eyes. This didn't go against Major General Hui's teachings. Of course, if she wanted to sincerely deal with the ace of the Far East, the prerequisite was that he really had ulterior motives towards them. Gunyenji knew that being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to one's own people. She wasn't a saint to that extent. She kept mentally preparing herself as she talked to Lu Jin and discussed a solution. She planned to put the ace of the Far East in his place after dinner. Half an hour later, Lu Yuan came over and knocked on the door. Dinner is ready. How do you guys plan to eat? Bring it in. Lu Jin seized every opportunity to be with Gunyenji. There's a table and chairs here. As he spoke, Lu Jin rolled Gunyenji's bed up so that she could sit down. He set up a small dining table in front of her. Then he brought a folding dining table over and placed it next to Gunyenji's bed so they could eat together. Lu Yuan didn't say anything and silently brought the food over on a large tray. He placed a cup of milky white bone soup and a cup of red dates and wolfberry chicken porridge on the small dining table in front of Gunyenji and said, "You just had surgery, so you shouldn't eat those things that are difficult to digest. These are all soup and water. They're good for your skin and your body." The aroma of the soup and porridge assailed one's nostrils. Furthermore, the aroma of the ingredients was preserved to the greatest extent. It wasn't the aroma of thick oil, red sauce, or spicy, sour, and sweet condiments. Gunyenji took a deep breath and closed her eyes, intoxicated. She praised, "It smells so good." Lu Yuan's culinary skills had really reached the acme of perfection and had returned to its original state. Lu Jin sat down beside her bed and said, "I'll feed you. You have to recuperate. You can't move too much." Gunyenji had been looking for the bug earlier and was already panting from exhaustion. It was indeed a little difficult for her to eat by herself. However, she didn't expect the two men, Lu Yuan and Lu Jin, to think of this, so she planned to endure the discomfort and eat by herself. She didn't expect Lu Jin to really think of this, and he very naturally took the spoon to feed her. Lu Yuan really wanted to sigh as he watched from the side. Father and daughter were indeed connected. Looking at Lu Jin's considerate manner, she really couldn't tell that he was someone with interpersonal disorder. In the past, at their company's board of directors dinner, Lu Jin was definitely someone who only cared about eating by himself. After eating, he didn't give anyone face and turned around to leave. Of course, Lu Jin despised the members of their company's board of directors as idiots, which was also an important reason why he ignored them. When it came to his daughter, all the problems suddenly weren't problems. Even her interpersonal disorder had healed without medicine. Lu Yuan smiled as he scooped himself a small bowl of soup and watched the father and daughter interact with each other. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Who would come at this time? Lu Yuan muttered. He picked up the surveillance camera on his phone and was stunned. What's wrong? Gu Nianji took a sip of the milky white bone soup that Lu Jin had fed her. From the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Lu Yuan's serious expression and was very surprised. Lu Yuan was such a shrewd person. He hid all his emotions deeply, and it was rare for him to show his emotions like this. Lu Yuan looked up and smiled. He showed them the surveillance camera on his phone. Look for yourself. Gu Nianji and Lu Jin looked over at the same time. Lu Yuan's phone showed the surveillance footage at the entrance. At the entrance of their apartment stood a handsome man with an imposing appearance. It was the deputy consul of the Ace of the Far East, Peter Huashaoheng, whom they had just been talking about finding trouble with and teaching him a lesson. In one hand, he carried a delicately packaged fruit basket, which contained fiery red dragon fruits, glistening yellow mangoes, round oranges, purple-red cherries, golden cantaloupes, and a few ginsengs tied with red ribbons. In the other hand, he held a large bouquet of flowers. It was a bouquet of bright and otherworldly blue enchantress roses. There were even small droplets of water on the petals, making the entire bouquet look even more tender and lively, as if it had just been plucked from the garden. Gu Nianji, Lu Jin immediately jumped up murderously. He still dares to come. Does he think we don't know? I'm going to teach him a lesson. Don't be rash. Lu Yuan quickly pulled him back. He came prepared. Aren't you afraid that Nianji will be embarrassed if you're in such a hurry to kill him? In the past, when Lu Jin was impulsive and wanted to cause trouble, Lu Yuan was basically at his wit's end. He could only wait for him to finish his business before dealing with the aftermath. But now that he had Gu Nianji, Lu Yuan was very confident that he could restrain Lu Jin a little. As expected, Lu Jin immediately stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Gu Nianji. He asked nervously, Nianji, what do you want to do? Gu Nianji's lips twitched. Of course I want him to come in. Let's see what he's up to. Okay. Lu Jin nodded decisively. I'll listen to you. I'll go open the door. Don't go. Lu Yuan pulled him back again. You hide first. I'll go open the door. Lu Jin came back to his senses and quickly said, then I'll go inside and stay. There are surveillance cameras there anyway. I can see you guys. He quickly walked into the secret medical room that had been prepared for Gu Nianji, closed the door, and watched the situation outside through the surveillance cameras. After Lu Jin went in, Lu Yuan nodded at Gu Nianji. Then I'll go open the door and let him in. Thank you. Gu Nianji smoothed her hair to make herself look tidier. As a patient who had just been seriously injured and had undergone surgery, she only looked a little pale. She wasn't very haggard, but her hair was indeed a little messy. Lu Yuan quickly walked out of Gu Nianji's room. He walked through the spacious living room to the back of the door and opened it. The Ace of the Far East, the current deputy consul, Peter, bowed politely to Lu Yuan. President Lu, I didn't expect you to still be here. I'm here to see Lawyer Gu and ask for her forgiveness. Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He thought that the deputy consul had reacted so quickly. They had just discovered his bug, and he had immediately come over to check and fill in the gaps. He wanted to see what tricks he was up to. Lu Yuan turned to the side with an indifferent expression. Consul Peter, you must be joking. You're a diplomat of a country. No matter what you do, you have diplomatic immunity. Why are you so polite to us commoners? Whether it was to enemies or friends, he had always left some leeway in his words. This was the first time he had spoken so mercilessly. It was obvious how angry and anxious he was. But on the surface, it couldn't be seen at all. The ace of the Far East, Deputy Consul. Peter smiled and walked in slowly. He said coldly, "I'll make it clear to Lawyer Gu. If your bug hadn't been discovered, would you have come to ask for forgiveness?" Lu Yuan closed the door behind him and looked at him coldly. A murderous intent flashed in his deep eyes. Peter didn't turn around. Of course, he couldn't see Lu Yuan's gaze, but even if he did, he wouldn't care. There was only one person he was sorry for, and that was Gu Nianji. She had saved him, but he had eavesdropped on her, and she had even found out. How awkward. When they arrived at the guest room where Gu Nianji was staying, Peter put down the fruit basket and walked to Gu Nianji's bed with the huge bouquet of blue enchantress roses. He knelt down on one knee and said bluntly, "Miss Gu, please forgive me for being presumptuous. I didn't mean anything else by installing a bug on you. It was just a professional habit of mine." He paused and continued, "And I said that I would stay with you until you recovered. I was worried that you wouldn't let me stay here with you, so I installed a bug on you. I just wanted to know if you were safe at all times." Gu Nianji looked at him with dark eyes and said coldly, "According to what you're saying, I should thank you for your meticulous care." "I wouldn't dare." Peter held the flowers in front of her with a hint of admiration in his eyes. "It's only been 10 hours, 32 minutes, and 13 seconds since I left you yesterday, but I already feel like time has passed like a year. Gu Nianji, after hearing what you said yesterday, I was shocked and even more worried about your condition. I hope you can give me this opportunity to stay by your side until you recover." Peter stood up and placed the bouquet of blue enchantress roses on the bedside table beside Gu Nianji's bed. He said coldly and proudly, "My professional habits tell me that the enemy you're facing isn't just the one on the surface. She can't do so many things by herself. Your enemy is very secretive, very powerful, and very sinister and vicious. And I happen to be a professional in this area, so I can help you deal with those enemies hiding in the dark. Believe me, only the KGB's methods can make those who have hurt you know what it means to live a life worse than death." Lu Yuan followed her in and was shocked when he heard this. "What do you mean? Who the hell are you?" Gu Nianji snorted, and her pupils suddenly constricted. "Mr. Peter, young master, he has told me your true identity. If you want to harm me, I naturally know how to deal with you." Peter quickly said, "Please believe me, I'm the only one who knows about you. Those 2 bugs are my personal actions and have nothing to do with my work." He was hinting that he wouldn't tell the KGB about her situation. As he spoke, Peter turned to look at Lu Yuan and said calmly and confidently, "President Lu, since you have a close relationship with Miss Gu, I'll tell you the truth. I'm from the KGB, so you have to cooperate with me to ensure Miss Gu's safety. Besides, aren't you looking for a caregiver? I think I'm the most suitable. You can lock me here and only take care of Miss Gu. Before she recovers, I won't go anywhere, and I won't contact anyone. If you don't believe me, you can physically block all radio signals. I won't have any complaints." He raised his hand in surrender. "President Lu, if you're worried, you can search me." Gu Nianji sat at the side and watched this scene in confusion. She was clearly going to denounce the ace of the Far East. How did he suddenly become her personal caregiver? What kind of operation was this? This was today's second update, Chapter 1557, What kind of operation is this? A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. This was a reward of 50,000 Chidian dollars to the leader of Momo Moshi, March. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1569. Fortunately, Lu Yuan was not confused by the words of the ace of the Far East and the deputy consul of the Soviet Consulate General. He went straight to the point and asked, "May I ask why Mr. Peter thinks that Nianji's enemy isn't just the one on the surface? You just met our Nianji. Do you know that much about her situation?" However, the ace of the Far East did this kind of work. If he claimed to be second in terms of seeing the big picture, no one would claim to be first. He was best at finding the truth in clues. President Liu, this logic is very simple. From the analysis of the information I heard yesterday, the person who could carry out those experiments couldn't have been just one person. It had to be a team. But other than the person on the surface, do you know of anyone else? If not, then it must have been well covered up. The ace of the Far East's analysis was well organized. Although I didn't hear much information, just from this alone, I can tell that there is someone behind that person. So, if you cooperate with me, you can deal with those people hiding behind the scenes more efficiently. Liu Yuan listened quietly with his hands in his trouser pockets. He looked at the other party's raised hands alienatedly and said calmly, "Mr. Peter, if you had said this before the bug was installed, I might have believed you. In the end, you only said it after we found out about your bug. Do you think we would still believe you?" The ace of the Far East raised his hand and flipped it left and right. His voice was cold and his expression calm. "If you want to think that way, I can't help it. But you should also know that I don't have to take the initiative to make this request. After all, the moment you found out about the bug, I knew. I had plenty of time to stay out of it. Even if I didn't admit it, you guys couldn't do anything to me." This was indeed the truth, and they were only guessing that it was him. However, there was no name engraved on the bug, and the KGB didn't have a special bug. If he really denied it, they had no evidence to accuse him. There was nothing they could do about it. After all, Gu Nianji and the others weren't Auntie May, the British Prime Minister. They couldn't just say, "If I say you did it, then you did it, even if you didn't." Then they could brazenly expel the Soviet diplomats. They didn't have the ability to do that. In a lawsuit in the Huaxia Empire, they had to rely on evidence. Liu Yuan looked at him thoughtfully. The ace of the Far East, Peter, paused for a moment. He turned around and looked at Gu Nianji, who was lying on the hospital bed with a dumbfounded expression. He said calmly, "But I'm still here. I took the initiative to come to you and ask for your forgiveness. I really didn't mean anything by it. Miss Gu's life is so pitiful, or rather, I've never thought that there would still be people who have experienced such terrible pain in modern society. My heart aches." Gu Nianji's face was cold, and she was speechless at his words. Was she that pitiful? Why didn't he know? Miss Gu saved my life, of course I have to repay her kindness. Originally, I wanted to secretly help her deal with those who still harbor ill intentions towards her, but since you've discovered it, I won't hide it anymore. He put down his arms and took out the things on his body. There were pistols disguised as pens, small signal transmitters hidden in the soles of shoes, button bombs on coats, and even GPS devices buried under the skin at the back of the neck. These are all the KGB's regular equipment. I've told you everything. Do you have any more questions? Liu Yuan lowered his eyes and thought about the matter carefully. What Peter said did make sense. The truth was that this KGB member already knew part of the truth. Unless they could kill him without anyone noticing, it was better not to fall out with him. Besides, with this KGB member's identity, could they really kill him without anyone noticing? Now that things had come to this, the only way out seemed to be to cooperate with him. Of course, there was no need to talk about being a private nurse. Liu Yuan thought about it and looked at Gu Nianji, who was sitting on the hospital bed. Gu Nianji glanced at him and turned her gaze to the ace of the Far East, Peter Huashaoheng, who was standing in front of her bed. The first time she saw him, she was really stunned and couldn't control herself at all. But now that she saw him again, she felt her heart was as still as water, and there were no ripples. Very good, this proved that she wasn't a complete beauty lover. Although this person had the same face as Major General Huo over there, and was even more exquisite and beautiful, she wasn't tempted at all. Her little heart was still recovering weakly, and she couldn't withstand such ups and downs. Gu Nianji subconsciously covered her chest, and her face darkened as she said coldly, "You want to be my private nurse?" The ace of the Far East nodded. "Yes." Gu Nianji rolled her eyes. "Just because you want to do it, I'll let you do it. If you're so capable, why don't you go to heaven?" Lu Jin, who was hiding in the secret room, was overjoyed when he heard this. He couldn't help nodding. "That's right, if you're so capable, why don't you go to heaven?" He had heard this from Lu Yuan so often that his ears were almost calloused. Today, when he heard it from Gu Nianji, he actually felt that it was indescribably beautiful. He liked to hear his daughter say this to someone else. He couldn't help but push the door open and walk out. "That's right, if you're so capable, why don't you go to heaven?" The ace of the Far East, Peter, Lu Yuan, Gu Nianji hadn't even finished rolling her eyes when she was choked by her father's unreliable actions. "Dad, why did you come out?" She couldn't help complaining with an unconscious hint of coquettishness. Lu Jin stopped in his tracks awkwardly. He had one foot in the door and one foot outside. He looked back at the way he had come and said embarrassedly, "Then should I go in again?" Lu Yuan's face was numb. He accepted his fate and said, "You're already out, so why go in? You're the one who caused this. Come out and say something." Anyway, the KGB had already heard all the conversation between Lu Jin and Gu Nianji yesterday. No matter how much Lu Jin hid, he would only be deceiving himself. Seeing Lu Jin come out, the ace of the Far East wasn't surprised at all. He nodded and greeted him, "Good evening, Uncle Lu." Lu Jin. "Lu Yuan, Gu Nianji, don't call me uncle for no reason." Lu Jin walked out impatiently and closed the door behind him. His attitude was so natural that it was as if he hadn't walked out of the secret room, but from next door. He was very big-hearted. The ace of the Far East smiled and didn't argue with him. Lu Jin walked over and looked him up and down. He snorted. "You're not bad-looking, but your heart is too bad. Do you think you can protect my daughter with your abilities?" The ace of the Far East, Peter, became cautious and said solemnly, "Then, Uncle Lu, do you think you've protected your daughter?" Blood was spilled. Lu Jin was dead. Gu Nianji saw that the ace of the Far East's combat power was too strong. With just one sentence, he had shut her arrogant genius father up. She quickly raised her head and said, "CEO Lu, Dad, can you guys go out for a while? I want to have a word with this KGB man in private." She couldn't let this man lead them into the ditch. Gu Nianji finally realized that this ace of the Far East was indeed an ace. Just his glib tongue alone was amazing. She didn't know how many more abilities he had hidden. Thinking about it, wouldn't it be better to have one more friend than one more enemy? After all, when she was there, she had become good friends with the second-in-command of the KGB, Vladimir, and his driver, Uncle Ivan. Gu Nianji pondered to herself and gestured for Lu Yuan and Lu Jin to go out first. Lu Jin was still a little reluctant, but Lu Yuan could tell that Gu Nianji was also a person with ideas. At least, she was more reliable than her father, so he pulled Lu Jin out. The door quietly closed, leaving only Gu Nianji and the ace of the Far East in the room. Gu Nianji raised her hand to rub her swollen temples, but her stamina couldn't keep up. She couldn't even lift her arms. She let out a sigh, and lowered her hand that was half raised. However, the ace of the Far East saw it. He naturally walked over and sat by her bed. He reached out his hands and gently massaged her temples. His hands were soft and gentle, and the massage was just right. Gu Nianji's headache was instantly relieved. She closed her eyes and felt her scalp go numb. It was extremely comfortable. "Don't worry, I won't hurt you." The ace of the Far East's voice lingered in her ears, like the whispers of lovers in autumn. Gu Nianji came to her senses and tilted her head slightly. Thank you, I'm much better. The ace of the Far East moved his hand away and felt the delicate softness of her skin on the pads of his fingers. He couldn't help rubbing his fingers and reminiscing the feeling of her. Don't think so badly of me. I'm not that heartless. You saved me, and that's enough for me to go through fire and water for you. Perhaps it was because they were the only two in the room, but the ace of the Far East spoke passionately. Gu Nianji wasn't used to it. She glanced at him sideways and said, I didn't save you for you. I hope you understand. Under those circumstances, even if it was someone else, would have saved them. The ace of the Far East smiled. That's even rarer. Where can I find such a good girl? I haven't even treated her well, but she's willing to take the bullet for me. If I don't take the initiative, I won't be able to get a wife in my life. Stop. Stop. Gu Nianji quickly made a gesture with her hand. Mr. Peter, if you want to repay me, I won't stop you, but don't say such mushy words. I'll think you're teasing me. Teasing? The ace of the Far East seemed to be hurt. I'm sincerely expressing my love. Of course, it's up to you whether you accept it or not. I won't force you. I won't accept it. Gu Nianji rejected him without hesitation. As long as you don't say such mushy words, we can still be good friends, ordinary friends. The ace of the Far East's eyes flashed. He hadn't thought that this girl would accept him in one night. If he could really settle it in one night, he would look down on his own judgment. Okay, then let's start as ordinary friends. The ace of the Far East picked up the bowl of porridge that Gu Nianji hadn't finished and scooped a spoonful of porridge for her. Open your mouth. Gu Nianji subconsciously opened her mouth and was fed a mouthful of chicken porridge by the ace of the Far East. Lu Yuan and Lu Jin, who were waiting outside, looked at the time. About 10 minutes had passed, but there was no sound from inside. The two of them were a little worried, so they gently pushed the door open and looked through the crack. In the end, they saw Mr. Peter sitting by Gu Nianji's bed, where Lu Jin had just been sitting. He was holding a bowl of porridge and a small spoon, feeding Gu Nianji. One mouthful after another, he was quite skilled at feeding her. Lu Jin didn't feel good. Lu Yuan also felt that something was wrong. The two of them looked at each other quietly for a while, but still knocked on the door. Are you guys done? We haven't eaten yet. Gu Nianji, the ace of the Far East, looked relaxed. He turned around and said, Please come in, both of you. Lu Jin walked in with a scowl on his face. He came to Gu Nianji's bedside and said to Peter, Get up. You're the guest. How can I let you do such a thing? I'm proving to you that I can be Miss Gu's personal caregiver. The ace of the Far East put down the porridge bowl and spoon and stood up gracefully. I've been trained to care for gunshot wounds, and I can also do infant care. Gu Nianji looked as if she had been struck by lightning. Unfortunately, she couldn't raise her arm, so she couldn't even cover her face. Lu Jin sat back in his seat irritably. He picked up the porridge bowl and continued to feed Gu Nianji. He said with a straight face, Is professional training to care for gunshot wounds that great? I'll go teach myself right away, and I'll become an expert in this field tomorrow. As for infant care, I've been an expert in this field for 20 years. Really? Uncle Lu also knows about infant care. Of course. I'm familiar with the growth indicators of babies at various stages, the various nutrients in formula milk, and the texture and function of different diapers. Lu Jin talked non-stop as he fed Gu Nianji porridge. That's great, but Uncle Lu is familiar with formula milk and diapers from 20 years ago, right? I've paid attention to the latest formula milk and diapers. The ace of the Far East could really talk about any topic, and he was going all out. Infant care. Why were they fighting over this? Gu Nianji felt that the topic was going in a strange direction, so she quickly said, Dad, President Liu, I think it's good that Mr. Peter wants to help, but I don't need him to be my personal caregiver. That's too much of a waste. As soon as she said this, Lu Yuan understood what she meant. He nodded approvingly and said, That's what I think too. Since Mr. Peter wants to help us, that's exactly what we want. It's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Gu Nianji was exactly what he wanted. She quickly nodded and said, Yes, that's right. So why don't Mr. Peter work with President Liu and see if he can improve the security on our side? Also, yes. We're good at network security, but Mr. Peter is from the KGB. He should have more experience with personal safety protection, right? Lu Yuan instantly understood what Gu Nianji meant and echoed her, intending to isolate Peter from Gu Nianji. The ace of the Far East understood and said coldly, That's no problem. I'll make the arrangements right away. Don't worry, no one has been able to break through the KGB's security line and get close to the important people we need to protect. Actually, he had taken the initiative to come here today to reassure them. He really hadn't expected this person to be so capable. He had found out about the bug he had installed so quickly. He had no intention of going against them, so he chose to confess immediately. No matter what, Gu Nianji was his savior, and he wouldn't let anyone continue to hurt her. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief. That was the only way. She would take it one step at a time. She just wanted to recover as soon as possible. Her current weak state was too uncomfortable. She couldn't even lift her arms. If someone really came in at this time to take her life, she would only be left with a dead end. She would rather die in order to get rid of the He family's shackles. Now that the He family had let go, of course she didn't want to die. Who would want to die if they could live well? Lu Yuan saw that Peter had agreed and patted him on the shoulder. Okay, let's go to the study and have a detailed talk. The ace of the Far East turned to look at Gu Nianji. There was a trace of reluctance on his cold face. Lu Jin turned to glare at him. Let's go. Let's have a good talk. My daughter's safety is in your hands. Lu Yuan brought the ace of the Far East out of the guest room on the first floor where Gu Nianji was staying and brought him to the study on the other side. It was a small study with a crystal-clear glass wall that faced the refreshing lake view. Sit. Lu Yuan sat down on the sofa in the study and pointed at the seat opposite him for the ace of the Far East to sit down. The ace of the Far East sat down unceremoniously. He stretched his long legs and crossed his arms. He said calmly, Do you have anything else to say? Do you smoke? Lu Yuan picked up a pack of cigarettes, took out one, lit it, and took a puff. The ace of the Far East shook his head. No. Okay. Lu Yuan held a cigarette in one hand as he looked at the ace of the Far East's appearance. He narrowed his eyes and said, You're from the Soviet Union. You grew up in the Soviet Union. I was born in the Soviet Union and grew up in the Soviet Union. The ace of the Far East also looked at Lu Yuan in front of him. But President Liu, where were you born? Where did you grow up? Me. Lu Yuan laughed. I was born in the Huaxia Empire and grew up in the Huaxia Empire. What's wrong? Do you have any questions? I do have some questions. The ace of the Far East looked at the beard on Lu Yuan's face. Your disguise is very simple. Who are you guarding against? This kind of disguise couldn't even be hidden from Lu Jin, and of course, it couldn't be hidden from the ace spy who had a keen eye. Yes, I'm just guarding against someone following me at night and finding Nianji through me. Lu Yuan didn't hide anything and told him about Nianji's mother, Qin Yaoguang, asking him questions. His fingers brushed the ash off the ashtray and Lu Yuan said calmly, since you know about Ninji's background, you also know that her mother isn't a kind person. I've never seen such a vicious biological mother, the ace of the Far East said without hesitation. I've seen a lot of things. I've seen many parents who are vicious to their own children, but none of them can compare to Qin Yaoguang. Even if you don't tell me, I'll still settle the score with her. I advise you not to interfere in the matter between Qin Yaoguang and Ninji, Lu Yuan reminded him. She should be left to do it herself. The most important thing for you right now should be to help protect Ninji. Before she recovers from her injuries, she can't be disturbed. The ace of the Far East nodded. Don't worry about that. I'll give you a plan right away. Just find someone to set it up according to the plan. Of course, he wouldn't use the KGB's resources to protect Gu Ninji. Other than him, he wouldn't let anyone from the KGB know about Gu Ninji's background. Lu Yuan smiled. The lines at the corners of his eyes were clear and deep. The ace of the Far East, who had been looking at him, asked tentatively, President Lu, with all due respect, have you really never been to the Soviet Union? You look quite similar to my uncle who died in the Soviet Union more than 20 years ago. This was today's 5,000-word chapter, chapter 1558, hitting the nail on the head. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There are no more at night. I'll update when the monthly votes reach 3,000. Mwah. Chapter 1570. Really? Lu Yuan looked very surprised. Do I really look like your uncle who died in the Soviet Union more than 20 years ago? How old was your uncle when he died? Do you have a photo of him? The ace of the Far East, my uncle was probably in his early 30s when he died. If he hadn't died early, he would have been a good hand in our KGB, the ace of the Far East said regretfully. I don't have a photo of him with me, but if you want to see it, I'll call my family in the Soviet Union and ask them to scan it and send it over. That's a pity. He died young. The heavens are jealous of the talented, the heavens are jealous of the talented. Lu Yuan patted his knee with one hand and looked up with a sigh. He was extremely regretful. The ace of the Far East nodded slightly. Yes, it's true that the heavens are jealous of the talented. So when I saw you, I was really shocked. I thought I recognized the wrong person. How could a person who had clearly passed away more than 20 years ago appear alive and well again? So I really did recognize the wrong person. Hee, after more than 20 years, you can still clearly remember your uncle's appearance. Your memory is amazing. Lu Yuan stood up calmly. What do you want to drink? Coffee or tea? I'll drink water. The ace of the Far East seemed to be a very self-disciplined person. He didn't smoke, didn't drink, and only drank water. He didn't even touch drinks. My memory is indeed very good, especially when it comes to recognizing people. Lu Yuan brought him a bottle of mineral water and placed it on the coffee table between them. He held a can of beer and opened the lid with his fingers. He raised his head and took a sip. That's really rare. No wonder you're in the KGB. President Lu, you flatter me. The KGB is also a serious job. It's better than working in a casino at a young age. The ace of the Far East held the bottle of mineral water and had no intention of drinking it. His attitude turned cold. A person with a rich family like President Lu won't understand. Oh. It sounds like you didn't have a good time when you were young. Lu Yuan put one hand on the armrest of the sofa and held the can of beer in the other. He looked very concerned. Did your family not care about you? My parents divorced early and went their separate ways. I grew up with my grandmother. Then she passed away, and I was depressed for a while. It wasn't until I joined the KGB by chance that I had this opportunity. The ace of the Far East stretched his long legs lazily. Actually, I'm a diplomat now, and the KGB will slowly withdraw. Why? Is there any difference between your Soviet diplomats and the KGB? Lu Yuan mocked lightly. Of course there's a difference. The ace of the Far East smiled faintly. Before my identity was exposed, I was from the KGB. After my identity is exposed, I'm just a diplomat. I'm also very curious. Logically speaking, how could the KGB be so careless? Lu Yuan tilted his head and looked at him with a smile. Actually, I'm even more curious. The ace of the Far East's gaze sharpened like a searchlight, as if he wanted to illuminate who was under Lu Yuan's skin. Not to mention ordinary people, even the personnel of your country's intelligence agency wouldn't be able to discover the bug I used in such a short period of time. But President Lu could do it. Should I suspect Boss Lu's identity? Or should I be envious of your country's detector? Lu Yuan laughed out loud. You can think whatever you want. But as far as detectors are concerned, I have to brag that all the detectors in the world combined aren't as good as mine. Lu Jin's genius invention had the special effect of turning something rotten into something magical. He could make a small modification to the detectors with ordinary functions sold on the market, and the effect could be magnified geometrically. However, no matter how talented he was still in the field of technology. The sense of confidentiality in his mind was almost negligible. If it weren't for Lu Yuan, who had been by his side to help him check up on his mistakes over the years, he would have been caught by He Qingjin countless times. The ace of the Far East yearned for it and couldn't help but ask, "It's that powerful? I wonder if I have the honor of seeing your magical detector with my own eyes." President Lu smiled amiably, but he immediately rejected it. No, you don't have the honor. The ace of the Far East also knew that other people wouldn't take it out easily, but he wouldn't be satisfied if he didn't ask. He shrugged. It's fine if President Lu doesn't want to. I never force people to do things against their will. He stood up leisurely. I'll go back and make a security plan. How do I send it to President Lu? Lu Yuan gave him his email address. Just send it to this email address. The ace of the Far East wrote down his email address and said coldly, then I'll take my leave first. As for Miss Gu, I hope President Lu can put in a good word for me. I sincerely want to pursue her. You want to pursue our Ninji? Lu Yuan chuckled. With all due respect, may I ask how old you are, Mr. Peter? Don't you have a girlfriend? I just turned 30 this year. The ace of the Far East's expression was a little unnatural. I don't have a girlfriend now. My previous girlfriend has already broken up. Lu Yuan's face immediately pulled a long face. You're already 30 years old, and you still don't have a girlfriend. How dare you pursue our Ninji? Our Ninji is only 20 years old. Don't you think you're too old for her? This stab stabbed his heart. The ace of the Far East, dead. Lu Yuan didn't let him go. He continued to snort coldly. Are all you Soviets so rude? You don't care if the girl is already taken or not, yet you want to snatch her away. Ha! Miss Gu has a boyfriend. The ace of the Far East came back to his senses. His eyes narrowed as he glanced in the direction of Gu Ninji's room. She was so seriously injured, but her boyfriend didn't come to see her. How could you agree to let Miss Gu be with such a coward? Lu Yuan's face darkened, and he stood up abruptly. Why was she so seriously injured? Don't take advantage of her. The ace of the Far East's face immediately darkened. His cold and handsome face exuded a bone-piercing chill. The pretense of harmony between the two of them was gone. They were about to pull out their guns at each other in the next second. However, both of them were people with strong self-control, so they wouldn't lose control of their emotions. Therefore, the two of them just glared at each other and parted on bad terms. After the ace of the Far East left, Lu Yuan returned to the guest room where Gu Nianji was recuperating. He sat down at the makeshift dining table and picked up his chopsticks to continue eating. He said resentfully, "I'm so angry that I'm full." Lu Jin turned around in surprise and said, "There's someone who can anger you." "Who is it?" "It's so powerful. I have to go and learn from him." Gu Nianji, Lu Yuan pretended not to hear her and ate in big mouthfuls, as if he wanted to swallow all his true emotions and digest them. He never showed them. Lu Jin fed Gu Nianji the last mouthful of porridge and said with a smile, "Looks like it's that Mr. Peter. He's really powerful. He can go to heaven." Gu Nianji, seeing that Lu Yuan was a little depressed, Gu Nianji quickly tried to smooth things over. "Dad, I still want to drink soup. Can you heat a bowl for me? I like hot soup. It's fresher." Okay. I know how to heat soup." Lu Jin happily went to the kitchen to heat up the soup for her. Gu Nianji took the opportunity to comfort Lu Yuan. "President Lu, was it that Peter who made you angry? Don't be angry. When I recover, I'll help you fight him. I'll make him cry and kowtow to you, pour you tea, and admit his mistake." This Peter was too talkative. Gu Nianji felt that if she really wanted to teach him a lesson, she would have to wait until she recovered. Bickering was both mental and physical work. Lu Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked up at Gu Nianji and said, "Okay, I'll wait for him to kowtow to me, pour me tea, and admit his mistake." "Gu Nianji, I'm just saying. Don't take it seriously." She didn't know if it was because she had comforted him just right, but Lu Yuan's mood gradually improved. "I appreciate your kindness. You're weak now, so you have to recuperate well. I'll wait for you to recover and help me fight that Peter," Lu Yuan said half-jokingly. "In the future, tell me what you want to eat. I'll cook it for you." "Thank you, President Lu. Your cooking is so delicious." Gu Nianji's cooking skills were terrible, so she was full of respect for anyone who could cook. Lu Yuan nodded with a smile. After dinner, he cleaned up the house. He glued his beard back on, put on his hat, and resumed his simple disguise. He left Gu Nianji's neighborhood and went back to his home. The ace of the Far East returned to the Consulate General of the Soviet Union. He didn't sleep all night and came up with a sophisticated security plan. From the public opinion on the outside to the smokescreen to the interrogation of the residents in the entire neighborhood and the building, everything was pervasive and Gu Nianji was tightly protected. Lu Yuan and Lu Jin had money. Money meant manpower and resources, so the ace of the Far East's plan was carried out very well. Secretary Lin, who was by Lu Yuan's side, knew where Gu Nianji was, but the problem was that others didn't know that she knew. She was also a tight-lipped person, and in order to keep it a secret, according to the ace of the Far East's plan, Lu Yuan still sent her to a closed base of the Lu Corporation to be in charge of the development of a new product there. In addition, He Jichu was locked in the base and didn't have any contact with the outside world. Qin Yaoguang had no way of starting and had no clues. Gu Nianji seemed to have disappeared from Sea City out of thin air. She couldn't find her whereabouts at all. How could this be? Qin Yaoguang flew into a rage. You can't even find a single person. Our Qin family already has such a high salary for white-collar workers. Qin Yaoguang was about to increase her search price when a video suddenly appeared on the internet. It was a foreigner who was treated at the Qin Corporation's private hospital. He had spent tens of thousands of yuan to treat a simple cold and had no choice but to be transferred to a public hospital. This foreigner cursed the Qin Corporation's private hospital online, claiming that this hospital only knew how to collect money and was a black shop that treated human life as grass. This accusation was a little heavy. In addition, the Qin Corporation's private hospital did consider itself a noble hospital, and its fees were indeed very expensive. However, treating a small cold cost tens of thousands of yuan. Even a noble hospital would not be able to afford it. Therefore, many people who were dissatisfied with the Qin Corporation's private hospital also spoke out. It quickly became a trend and became a hot news topic. This caused a sharp decline in the number of people going to the hospital. The Qin Corporation's stock price fell for a week in a row. It was obvious that someone was taking the opportunity to crash the market. Faced with such a serious public image crisis, Qin Yaoguang had no choice but to divert her attention from looking for Gu Nianji. She went all out with the public relations media to save the Qin Corporation's private hospital's image and prestige. She appeared in all the major media outlets every day, held press conferences, and reorganized the entire hospital system. She promised the society that medical ethics are the most important and medical skills are benevolent. She also took the initiative to lower the various fees. She even sent the best doctors under her banner to the countryside to volunteer for public welfare. She was extremely busy. Gu Nianji swiped her phone and thought to herself, finding something for me to do is indeed a good move. This ace of the Far East really had some skills. Under such a foolproof layer of protection, Gu Nianji safely spent more than a month recuperating. No one disturbed or spied on her. It was just her and Lu Jin living in this penthouse duplex. Her physique was special, and she recovered quickly. However, this time, the injury was too serious, and her internal organs were damaged, so it took her nearly a month to slowly recover. It was almost Christmas. Gu Nianji came out of the gym and wiped the sweat off her forehead with the towel on her shoulder. She saw snowflakes floating outside the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. It's going to snow. Gu Nianji stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and breathed into it. She wrote on the floor-to-ceiling window with her fingers. She had just finished her rehabilitation exercise, so she wasn't thinking about anything. She looked at the snow outside the window, and her fingers moved subconsciously. She was so focused that the doorbell behind her rang. Lu Jin didn't even know when he opened the door to let someone in. The ace of the Far East and Lu Yuan walked in one after another. They saw a tall girl in loose casual sportswear standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. She was raising her hand to write on the window. The ace of the Far East saw Gu Nianji's words clearly, and his eyes lit up. He quickly walked over and said, "You're writing my name. Are you thinking of me? I miss you too." Gu Nianji was stunned. Only then did she see that she had written Hu Xiaoheng on the floor-to-ceiling window. This is the first update of the day, chapter 1559, When I Miss You. A reminder for everyone's monthly and recommendation tickets. At 8:00 in the evening, the extra update for 3,000 monthly votes will be given. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1571. Lu Yuan, who had followed the ace of the Far East in, narrowed his eyes. His gaze lingered on the name Hu Xiaoheng that Gu Nianji had written for a while. When he looked at Deputy Consul Peter again, his gaze was a little cold. Gu Nianji composed herself and reached out to erase the name she had scribbled. Without turning her head, she said, "Yes, you owe me a life. Do you think I miss you? Don't worry. From the moment you took the bullet from me, my life was yours." The ace of the Far East stood beside her and lowered his head slightly. His dark eyes were unfathomable, but his tone was so affectionate that Gu Nianji's ears turned red. This guy's ability to say sweet nothings was probably at the postdoctoral level. He knew exactly how to speak, how to circulate his qi, and what tone of voice to use to convey his feelings in the most complete manner. He had really practiced it. Gu Nianji wasn't fooled. She was just lamenting that the KGB was really amazing. It was really different to be from a professional background. She turned around and tilted her head to look at the ace of the Far East with a smile. Mr. Peter, what else do you not know? What do you mean? The ace of the Far East raised an eyebrow. For the first time, he realized that he couldn't keep up with Gu Nianji's pace. Look, you know how to flirt with girls, gamble, swim, fly a plane, shoot a gun, nurse the wounded, and even call yourself an expert in infant care. Now you can even say sweet nothings. You're so capable, are you not giving others a way out? Gu Nianji pointed at him with her finger. But you don't have to show off your abilities in front of me. It's useless. Don't waste your time. The ace of the Far East wasn't discouraged. He smiled faintly. Thank you for your encouragement. I'll continue to work hard. Gu Nianji, a thick-skinned person, was really scary. A handsome person was even more terrifying when they were thick-skinned. I'm not praising you. Gu Nianji frowned. What are you doing here? Didn't I ask you to be my security guard? Gu Nianji hadn't seen the ace of the Far East for more than a month. She thought he had given up. Just as she was about to heave a sigh of relief, he came knocking on her door again. I did. It's my credit that no one has bothered you for so long. The ace of the Far East looked at her expression carefully. He saw that her lips were red, her teeth were white, her eyebrows were dark, and her eyes were as pure as autumn water. Other than her face being a little pale, she was basically like a normal person. What about you? Are you feeling better? Why don't you go lie on the bed? Thanks to you, I'm much better. Gu Nianji waved her arm and said calmly, Okay, you can go now. The ace of the Far East bared his teeth at her. Seeing that you recovered so quickly, I'll sell you some information. Gu Nianji pouted and turned to leave. No, I don't have money. I'm used to it. I have a piece of information for you. The ace of the Far East put his hands in his trouser pockets and said behind her, It's about your mother, Qin Yaoguang. Gu Nianji didn't stop walking. She quickly returned to her guest room and slammed the door shut. The ace of the Far East looked at the tightly shut door in bewilderment and said, Doesn't she want to teach that unworthy woman a lesson? That's none of your business, Lu Yuan said leisurely from behind him. Lu Yuan said leisurely behind him, All right, we're going to make lunch. Deputy Consul Peter, shouldn't you go back now? The ace of the Far East turned to look at him in surprise. Aren't you going to ask me to stay for dinner? Why should I ask you to stay for dinner? Lu Yuan's expression darkened. I'm already tired enough cooking for 3 people every day. Do I have to cook for 1 more person? If you want to stay, you do it. I'm sorry, I don't know how to cook. The ace of the Far East spread his hands. All right, looks like I'm not welcome. I'll be leaving then. He turned around and walked towards the door. When he was about to reach the door, he suddenly turned around and said loudly, Qin Jining is about to be shot. Miss Gu, I said I would avenge you. Although Gu Nianji had entered her guest room, she was still paying attention to what was happening outside. Gu Nianji immediately heard the ace of the Far East shout. She quickly opened the door and asked in surprise, Why is Qin Jining being shot? Then she quickly came back to her senses. Is it because of me? The ace of the Far East shook his head. Of course not. He pointed at himself. It's because of me. He failed his mission. He didn't hit me, but someone else. As a special forces soldier, Qin Jining's mistake this time could indeed be sentenced to death. Gu Nianji was stunned for a moment. Qin Jining had shot her. It could be said that she had set him up from the beginning to the end. She didn't want to live anymore and used Qin Jining as a gun against her. In a sense, Qin Jining was really innocent. If he was shot, he would be the victim of her battle with Yiqingjian. Gu Nianji thought quickly, but she wasn't sure what she should do. The ace of the Far East said slowly. Actually, Yiqingjian didn't have to kill him. But your mother, Qin Yaoguang, insisted that he shot her daughter. She wanted him to pay with his life and had to shoot him. Gu Nianji's eyes widened, and her limpid eyes flashed. What? It has something to do with Qin Yaoguang again. The execution is on Christmas Eve. The ace of the Far East looked at his watch. From now on, Mr. Qin Jining can live for 23 hours. The time has already been set. Gu Nianji was even more surprised. Where's young master he? He's just going to watch Qin Jining get shot. If he really wanted to find someone to take responsibility, the person who should have been shot was his father, Yiqingjian. Gu Nianji's face turned red with anger. Young master, he is in a dilemma. The ace of the Far East seemed to have done a lot of work over the past month. He had found out everything. Qin Jining was the one who shot, and you were the one who was injured. Young master, he probably had a problem with Qin Jining. Besides, he can't let his father be shot, can he? Gu Nianji froze. This ace of the Far East was really direct with his words. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and rubbed her temples out of habit. She said coldly, "Thank you for your information. I need to think about it. You can leave first." The ace of the Far East made a helpless gesture. "Okay, since you insist, I'll leave." He added, "I'll spend Christmas Eve with you tomorrow." "I don't celebrate Christmas." Gu Nianji rejected him righteously. "I'm from the Huaxia Empire, but I celebrate these foreign holidays." Actually, she did celebrate it. It was Major General Huo from the other world. The ace of the Far East was obviously surprised. "You don't celebrate Christmas? Is that strange?" Gu Nianji smiled fakely. "Then I can only say that you're too inexperienced. I won't see you out." Gu Nianji almost blasted the ace of the Far East out of the apartment door, but she didn't feel the joy of victory. She returned to her room thoughtfully and sat on the sofa. She hugged a panda pillow and frowned as she thought about what the ace of the Far East had just said. In the kitchen on the other side, Lu Yuan was cooking, but he was a little confused. Lu Jin had been watching him with bright eyes. When Lu Yuan finished making a plate of braised pork and eggplant, Lu Jin said excitedly from the side, "You added salt twice just now. The first time was when you added salt as sugar, and the second time was when you added salt again when you should have added salt." The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth twitched. "Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you'd invented a new method." Lu Jin was very eager to learn. He held his phone and kept filming him cooking. "In the end, I realized that you were just distracted." "What were you thinking about?" Without another word, Lu Yuan threw away the plate of braised pork and eggplant. He took another eggplant and cut it up. He cooked it again in the frying pan. Lu Jin shook his head and looked at the video on his phone. He said, "This video won't work anymore. I'll use the surveillance camera to record it." Lu Yuan said coldly, "Even if you use a 120-frame camera to record it, you still can't learn how to cook." Lu Jin. "Boss, are you in a bad mood today?" Lu Yuan was stunned. Even Lu Jin, a slow person with interpersonal disorder, could see the change in his mood. Lu Yuan quickly retracted his thoughts and focused his attention on the iron pot in front of him. Lu Jin looked at him suspiciously for a while and went to Gu Nianji's room. He said in confusion, "Did Deputy Consul Peter make Boss Lu angry just now?" Gu Nianji came back to her senses and shook her head subconsciously. "No. Deputy Consul Peter was selling me information. He didn't talk to President Lu." Ha! Then why is Boss Lu so dejected? Lu Jin sat on the sofa next to Gu Nianji and shook his head. Forget it. Boss Lu's heart is deeper than the sea. I won't try to figure him out. It's better to talk to my daughter. It's better for your physical and mental health. Gu Nianji, she didn't know she had this ability. But since Lu Jin was here, she analyzed it with him. After all, Lu Jin knew Qin Yaoguang better. Dad, Deputy Consul Peter told me something just now. He said that Qin Yaoguang asked to shoot Qin Jining because of me. Lu Jin immediately said. She wanted to force you to show up. Gu Nianji, it was exactly what she was thinking. Qin Yaoguang wanted Qin Jining to pay with his life to avenge her. Forcing her to show up was a lie. Even if you don't show up, Qin Jining will die. Qin Yaoguang won't have any regrets. Lu Jin added, in a sense, she's very stubborn and doesn't have much sympathy. Yes, how can an earthworm with its intestines all the way to the bottom have any sympathy? Gu Nianji said resentfully. But Qin Jining is a little stupid, but he's really nice to me. As she spoke, she told him about how Qin Jining had saved her life on the Caribbean Sea Snake Island when she first came here. Lu Jin didn't think much of it. He's the accomplice. Do you think he really wanted to save you? He was just carrying out the mission He Qingjian gave him. Just like this time, he used you as bait to shoot. He deserved it. However, Gu Nianji still couldn't watch as Qin Yaoguang used him as a raft and shot him in the name of avenging her. At the same time, in Qin Yaoguang's villa, when Shi was discussing with her. Auntie Qin, will Gu Nianji be alive? It's been 2 weeks since the news that Qin Jining was going to be shot spread, but she hasn't come to plead for him. Gu Nianji is actually quite a saintly person. She wouldn't let go of such an opportunity to show off her noble character, but she hasn't appeared yet. Could it be that she's in trouble? Qin Yaoguang closed her eyes and sighed. He should be dead. What a pity, what a good experimental material. Auntie Qin, don't be anxious. I think this matter still falls on young Master He. When Shi quietly suggested to Qin Yaoguang, why don't we ask Qin Jining's biological brother, Qin Ziyuan, to come back? His brother is about to be executed. When he comes back, he will definitely plead with young Master He. He Jichu had no choice but to leave the base. As long as He Jichu came out, they could find a way to get the whereabouts of Gu Nianji's body from him. This is today's first installment of the monthly ticket, 3,000 plus updates, delivered, Chapter 1560, Being a Professional Makes a Difference. Let me remind you of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, everyone, little angels. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.